It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
48 degrees right now. We're going to hit our peak around noon at 52.
Okay.
And then much like Tommy's mom,
What?
goes down from there and starts blowing. Wind coming in around 3 o'clock today. And that is going to bring our temperatures down tomorrow, high of 42. We could be looking at snow tomorrow in some places early, depending on where you are. So prepare. Batten down the hatches. I don't know if it's going to be bad. Whatever. Let's start today with a story out in Wayne County.
What happened?
A 23-year-old woman has been arrested after a family incident in the town of Ontario.
What'd she do?
So according to police, this 23-year-old woman went after a family member, grabbed the victim by the throat multiple times. She then picked up a bicycle and threatened to throw it at the victim.
Ooh,
But this is
that's some strength.
a family member.
Yes, this is what it says.
All right.
The woman is then accused of grabbing the victim and throwing them to the ground. They say this also happened in front of children who were visibly upset. She was charged with obstruction of breathing, harassment, menacing, and 2 counts of endangering the welfare of a child. She's got a court date coming up. Charged, like I said, with a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, so here's the thing. All of those accusations are terrible. Very scary moments, especially with the kids there. So I'm looking at her mugshot.
Okay.
She is gorgeous.
Oh.
Like, stunning.
Like a model.
Like, yes. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's obviously a mugshot, but like she's...
I mean, it's hard to look good in a mugshot.
That's just it.
Yeah.
Like, she's got like model features,
Okay.
Kimmy, in this mugshot.
Like you think she'd be all disheveled because of what she just went through,
Maybe it
right?
works for her.
Whatever it is.
Between the accused choking and the bicycling and,
Well, I mean,
and
how
the
are...
throwing.
Well, maybe she uses a bicycle a lot.
Over her head?
Well, no, I'm just
She's
saying.
gonna
like,
throw it at him?
She keeps up with her appearance.
Okay.
She's
all
in
right.
shape.
So,
Yeah, she
that's all
works
I'm saying.
out. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. 21-year-old me is falling in love with this woman.
Oh, she's that fine.
Well, look, here's the thing. It's not just the fact that she's fine. Like, the fine is one thing. But I don't know about you, but in my younger days, I had a habit of falling for crazy.
Okay, I think a lot of guys did.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're on that same page.
Oh, sure.
Dangerous and gorgeous is every man's weakness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
At least it was at one point. Like, every man has a couple of gorgeous and nuts.
Crazy, yes.
Okay, in their past. Tommy, we like to laugh at women for taking in the bad boy. I
Yeah.
can change them.
Right.
And we go, oh, you're so stupid. Why do men not have the same reputation when it feels like we are just as, if not more, susceptible to that?
I guess because, like, we're kind of dumb in general.
Okay.
Like, you could see that you would think women, they should see around us. Like, see, this is a...
Oh, be better women is what you're saying?
Well, is it also because you don't feel like you need to be you don't have to protect yourself?
Okay.
Like, I can handle myself. So you go into it with a little bit more confidence because you think, like, as a guy, you're not going to be physically injured.
Which, by the way, is not an appropriate way to think.
I
No.
understand that. But
This
I
woman allegedly
but
threw a
you-
bicycle.
But you're not thinking that that's going to happen.
But...
Like, whereas a woman, like, you might feel like a woman should be more cautious when it comes to approaching that kind of relationship.
So I remember another time now where I was assaulted by a girl I was dating.
So this is 4
No, this is 5.
5.
Right?
Are we at 5?
I think
I
we're
don't
at
know.
5.
I've lost count.
He's one away from a free assaulting.
So we're out, and she came up behind me. She was pissed off at me about whatever I said. And I was talking to somebody else. I had a drink in my hand, and she punched me in the back of the head, like solid.
Damn.
Like, pow, like I saw like stars, and my drink went all on whoever was in front of me, like crazy. Like out of nowhere. Like I didn't see it coming.
Well, yeah, it was in the back of your head.
Right. And I just remember like going like lights out for a minute, and then I'm on the ground.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
And
Did you black out for a second?
Oh, yeah, easy. I mean, she caught me like right at that part of
She
your
could've
head.
killed you.
Yeah, you know, like where you're
Yeah, the ridge there.
Yeah.
right at the neck and the head come together part, pow. And I just remember going out. And like I never got checked.
Well, now I realize why this has never come up on the air before. It just all of a sudden came back.
Well, when you brought that up, because she was legitimately crazy, but I was enjoying the crazy.
all right, so after
The
she,
good crazy, not the crazy.
After she
the
punched-
punching crazy.
after she punched you in the back of the head, you never saw her again, right?
No, I had to take. We were together. So no.
So you say that, Kimmy, like, oh, you shouldn't be physically fit. No, of course. Like,
Oh, no, I didn't say you shouldn't be. I said I think most men don't think that they're going to be.
I bet you I dated her for another 2 months.
After she knocked you unconscious.
Yeah.
Okay.
She worked at the store, and she never apologized, or not. She didn't say anything. And I was like telling the guys at work the next day, man, she punched me in the head and stuff. Like, I haven't, I haven't talked to her too much since then. Even I slept with her that night, and I was like in fear of this woman.
God, we are so stupid. No, but like you tell that story,
Yeah.
like we sit here as men,
Yeah.
and we stick our nose up at women,
Yeah.
chasing all the baddest
Right.
of boys, right?
Oh, she's so stupid.
We are just as bad,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's again, I don't think it has anything to do with like women should be better because we'll look down our noses at women who do that.
Yeah.
Why is there not more of a discussion? Because maybe men don't realize because we don't talk about it.
Because it's a sign of weakness.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. You don't want to admit you're afraid of some woman and she punched you in the head.
I don't even mean the admitting we're afraid of.
Yeah.
part.
You don't even know what's happening to other guys because nobody shared.
Right.
Being with the crazy
Yeah.
woman, right? Like you
Yeah.
can see your buddy's girl is crazy.
Yeah.
Right? But you don't see the crazy in the girl that you're into.
No.
You're just into it. But it's not until you're older that you realize it was kind of the crazy you were attracted to in the first place. I don't
Yeah.
know. Is it?
Because it looked like fun till it ain't.
And that's just, bro, that's the perfect definition of it. It's fun till it ain't.
Right. Because crazy doesn't take a day off.
Nope.
It's crazy here, crazy there, crazy with the checkbook, crazy in the car. Yes.
But you don't know when crazy's coming because there are those
It's a
like
flywheel that just catches whatever it decides to catch.
perfect way to put it,
Yeah.
man. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this 23-year-old woman out in Wayne County. She's accused of grabbing a family member victim by the throat multiple times. She's then accused of picking up a bicycle and threatening to throw it at the victim. She's also accused of grabbing the victim and throwing them into the ground, and all of those things are terrible. But I'm looking at this woman's mugshot, and she is stunning.
So,
She's stunning, and 21-year-old me, I love you.
Yeah.
so then, you at that age, what could a woman have done where you would have been like, maybe not a good idea, short of like murder?
Sure, murder off the table.
Yeah. Let's say murder off the table. But I don't even know if that. Maybe I shouldn't take.
No,
murder
I think
off the
murder's a
table.
good one.
Okay.
I don't
like
think,
any like physical crime.
I don't think at that age there's anything
Nothing?
a woman could have had in
No
her background.
line.
At that age, I don't think there was one.
I dated a woman that my sister set me up with,
Mm-hmm.
right? And this chick just started working in the bakery, right? And she goes, my sister goes, you should go out with her. So I go out with her. This chick is telling me up front just what an out of control skank she is. And I'm still,
well, that- I can-
I'm still interested in this. She's telling me like, I can't go to that bar. Why? Stuff happened in there, man. I just won't deal with it right now. He wanted my, like she's saying like the P word and stuff, and I'm like, okay, let's get beer and go to the beach because this is gonna be fun. And like she was basically a blinking red light on a dashboard, and I didn't care.
I will. You want crazy?
I do.
You want crazy?
Let's go.
I went out. Do you remember the Angry Duck? It was on Monroe Avenue.
Yeah.
Okay, it was there for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So I go out to meet this other girl who I thought was interested in me. Her friend was more interested, and this girl was very, very attractive. Don't know what was going on. We end up hanging out for a little while. She proceeds to tell me, she introduces me to ketamine.
Okay.
Are you familiar with
okay, yeah.
ketamine?
Yes.
It's a horse tranquilizer
Yeah.
that people take as a
Yeah.
party drug. When I say introduce me, I don't mean
It's
gave it
killed
to me.
some. Oh wait, it just killed Matthew Perry.
Yeah.
not great.
Yes, it did.
When I say introduce me, I did not take ketamine. She was the first person to explain what
Whipped it
ketamine
out.
was. And yeah, she was doing ketamine and explaining ketamine. And I watched all of this happen.
Yeah.
We then proceeded to make out at the bar and then ended up back at my apartment. And I saw that woman like 4 more times.
So you got close to ketamine.
And not only that, she took me to like the scariest bars in every town in Rochester because like that's the only place she would hang out. It was all those places. I don't want to say any names, but if you heard the names, you'd be like, yeah, I don't really want to go to that place.
Right.
But I was like, okay. And I was so broke at the time. I was
Yeah.
on the road. I was so broke that I had to find an ATM that only dispensed $10 bills because I had $21 and the money wasn't, the ATM fee wasn't going to cover. I needed to take out a 10.
A 10.
They had an
I didn't know. Wow.
They had an ATM in the Walmart in Gates. I had to drive out to Gates to
get
use the
$10.
$10 ATM
Did it ever occur to you? Because
when we were kings. Sorry.
I could see you still approaching that situation like not being scared of it necessarily. You know what I mean? Like she's not physically.
She was little.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like not being like physically scared, But you do realize, like, if that person who is known to get into trouble gets into trouble, like, you are going to have to be the defender in that situation. Or that's what she expects you to be.
I think
But that's a lot of deep thinking that you're not doing
Yeah.
in the moment. Like, you're not seeing that far into the future. At least I did.
Here's the thing. I might disagree with you because I think part of the draw of the crazy woman, Kimmy, is this feeling like I am her defender. Not that I have thought through how this is going to go, but like I think part of the attraction to that crazy is she needs someone to like be there just in case when she's all whacked out on ketamine.
Yeah.
The hell is wrong with us, man?
But there was a time where you couldn't really, at least for me back in the day in the 80s, or the 70s
I'm afraid
and
of
80s,
where this is going.
you couldn't date a girl that wasn't on some kind of drugs.
I mean, different times.
Yeah,
I'm saying really generational.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing something all the time because it was so accessible, especially in South Florida back then. So everybody, I was the only one that, the only thing I did was drink and smoke pot.
No, but I want
But
you
pills and,
I want you to understand, though.
Yeah.
I had never even heard of what this was.
Oh, yeah.
And as she was explaining it to me, and not like a way why it's okay.
Yeah.
She was explaining to me
what
actually what it was and what it did, and I was like, yeah, I can get over that. It's fine. You want to come hang out at my place? Oh,
Tell me more about crack.
oh, God. Okay, you know what? Crack might have been the line.
Okay.
If she was smoking crack, I might have been
Because
out.
I've dated girls that were off of crack.
Did that sound better in your head?
Yes, it did. No, but she was like, she was a street crack chick for a little while.
Street crack chick.
For a little while.
Street crack chick, and I don't care.
She like they say in the NHL, she went up for a cup of coffee.
Well,
Came back with a cup of crack.
but I could see that would be one of those things, though, where you could almost like admire it a little bit.
Yeah, but
if
she
they were
cleaned
doing,
herself
you know
up.
what I mean?
But she cleaned herself up to South Florida standards, which means she still got high as a mofo and
other
did like
things.
other stuff, but she didn't do crack anymore. So kind of cleaned up.
Is attracted to gorgeous and crazy, is that just a young guy thing? Because, like, I would argue.
Do you think it's a young guy thing until like maybe you get older and are in a different situation, and then like maybe you're attracted to young and crazy again?
Well, yeah, but that's not going to happen. I mean, for most men, you're not going to be able to get back in on young and crazy.
Yeah, but there's there's a wave of dudes that are showing back up on the shores of Idiot Town. And it's the 50-plus divorce
That's
guy.
what I'm picturing.
Those guys
Like you go down a weird road for a
are
little
getting
while.
in trouble.
Okay.
Because we're seeing it a lot now. How many times do we have a guy in his 60s, you're reading a story?
Yeah.
And I'm going, that's pretty long in the tooth for whatever that idiot is.
Yeah, but I always assume those guys in those stories are also idiots themselves.
Yeah, but I always thought that they had like a nice little calming period. Then their old ladies dumped them, and now they went back to just being old idiots.
Okay.
There's a lot of old idiots out there.
But I mean, like,
The old idiot period of your life.
Yeah.
all right, so maybe those people find each other, like the crazy guys that were dating good chicks, like good girls, and the insane crazy women that, like, normal guys were attracted to, if we were normal guys at that point. Maybe they end up finding each other on the back end,
Yeah.
and everything is better for it, or much worse.
Well, like some guys get over it and some guys don't, right? Like, I mean, like that period of your life, like you when you look back at it, you go, Jesus Christ, I'm so lucky to be around.
All right, so here's the thing.
They finally want to go back to it.
Here's the thing. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say right up front, I love my wife more than anything in the world. I think I am into my wife, because I am a little bit afraid of her.
Oh.
Like,
Well, she does have a machete.
Well, not even the machete. like I am a little bit afraid of my wife.
Yeah.
Not like in a physical way,
Yeah.
but like I think
in a healthy way.
Yes, I am a healthy level afraid of my wife, but I think that's why that fire still burns so hard.
Okay, all
so
right.
maybe
Just
I'm
a little
not.
bit of fear.
Maybe
Just
I'm
a
not over
hint
it.
of fear.
Like yeah, tiny. Like I don't know what you're capable of, and I don't want to find
Okay.
out. But
Fear
now
the
that
unknown.
All right.
yeah, but now that we're here, ooh,
I just never want to date another woman that has a stab wound.
that's a good policy.
Right.
Okay.
I did that once. And I don't want to be around those people anymore. And that's why I don't want to go back to Jacksonville Beach.
We have a dynamite take stab wound off your Tinder profile kind of break up for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, where are they stabbing in the hood? No, I don't know. Nice people in the hood. Look, Kimmy.
No, I don't.
No,
guys,
no.
guys, we had a lot of fun back there, but seriously.
Let's put the knives away, gang.
Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood app. She has removed town names and street references. or vice versa.
Yeah.
But there's still enough, man.
Yeah.
Still enough you can hear when you listen.
You got to listen.
To figure out where they whining. Jeremy is our winner from last week, so he will go last if we manage to scrounge him up around 9 o'clock. Set your phone alarm. Come on back. Where are they whining? 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, you're a man who follows the law.
Yeah.
Insist other people follow the law.
Yes.
And there are lots of men and women listening who would never dream of violating any town or village laws. And it turns out that you guys have been breaking the law this whole time.
Really?
Yeah, because if you're using this thing
Yeah.
when you're walking your dog, you're a criminal, bitch.
Really?
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Yes, it's unethical. Well, even there are people that would argue this is not unethical. But it turns out, Tommy, there are people, law-abiding citizens, who want folks locked up for doing illegal stuff that would never in a million years dream of breaking the law, that are, in fact, breaking the law every single day.
Well, they better knock it off.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, there is a woman from our area that has been arrested, was arrested, and is now facing charges for something that happened out of state. But the details of this story indicate something specific.
Oh.
It's possible
Yeah.
that this was a vacation mistake
Oh.
she never got taken care of. And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Did you know
What at?
it is against the law to throw your dog's poop in someone else's garbage can?
Oh, so like if you're on a walk and you toss it in there?
Let's say you pick up a plastic baggie full of your dog's poop, and you're coming up across somebody's garbage can. You
I've
drop
seen
it in
people
there.
do that.
It is against the law.
So why?
So it goes on a town-by-town
It's
basis.
just
Well, you can't put your garbage in anybody's trash can, right? Like
but
you
it's just. But in general, we're just getting rid of trash here.
Yeah.
That's something like I cherish is in there, right?
Okay. So if you are walking your neighborhood and you put your dog's poop in someone else's can, you are guilty of theft of services. That person pays for garbage pickup. You did not give them money for it. Therefore, you are breaking the law.
So let me ask you this. So let's say I'm in the city of Rochester.
Yes.
Which they pick up the trash.
Yes.
So it's not really if it's all I live in a city, you live in a city, and it's just a city pickup.
Sure.
How is that a theft of service? Because we all pay for the same service.
Well, because they're paying for rent or mortgage there at their house, which you are not, which includes the thing. That
No,
is
but I'm
theft of service.
saying-
You are under arrest. You're guilty. Give the chair covered in dog poo.
That's such a weird law.
You don't like it because you do this, don't you?
Well, I'm not going to walk it all the way back to the house.
No.
I just throw it in somebody's can. Yeah.
Do you really? I can't believe you do that in Pittsburgh.
Well,
You're gonna get. I can't imagine how many ring cams you've been caught on.
Seriously.
But nobody's around. You know, like when I walk the dog every day around the same time.
Yeah.
I take her up the street, and there's nobody around. So if I see like the cans are out, I just toss it in there.
Okay, you're breaking the law every time you do it.
Ooh, okay. Why don't you call the duty cops?
You mean
You
the cops?
seem like a guy.
By the way, cops, he called you duty cops.
No.
Pull him over on the way home.
You seem like a guy that would be upset by somebody doing this to your trash can.
So my wife gets pissed when somebody does it with ours, but I never tell her. I just say.
But you seem like you're also very particular about your toter and keeping it clean.
Well, I
Oh,
like
absolutely.
it clean. But if
Yeah.
you want to throw your crap in there, I don't care. I mean, it's not like you're
What
loading
if there's
it.
a hole in the bag and it's leaking all into your toter?
No, that's not like you put a
All
big
that dog poop.
leaky bag of like food.
How do you
in
know?
there.
I mean, and by the way, it breaks down after a couple of days.
They're picking it up that day.
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's a holiday and you forgot.
What if I had the same service as the other guy?
You're not paying for it.
No, but I pay the same you
You're
pay.
not paying for it. I don't know. Look,
I
tell
pay
it to
the
the
same
judge,
you
man.
Tell it to the judge.
Chair, guilty. Or guilty chair. One of those two things we want to fry.
I wonder if anybody's ever been arrested
252
and fined.
Oh, I'm
252
sure
WCMF.
somebody would be that petty.
I mean, I can't imagine if you called the cops.
There's some petty mofos
Oh,
out
there
there.
sure are.
No, but-
Especially if you didn't like that guy anyways.
Coming out there with his Yankee cap on and his Dockers.
Let's be real, though. Like, if you called the cops and they even came out
Yeah.
to investigate
no,
this.
it's
I-
ridiculous.
They would hate
but-
it. The cops would hate that.
No, but I'm guessing the cops would just leave that person with a warning.
Yeah.
You would have
Yeah.
to do it multiple times, and the cops would have to come out multiple. I'm assuming, unless it has
And you
happened.
also have to prove that that's my dog's crap. I didn't do it.
Oh, well, I mean, look, with ring cams, it would be pretty easy now.
I do. My wife also buys these because we have a female dog, so she buys everything pink for the dog.
Oh.
So we have pink poop
Oh,
bags.
so that'll stand out.
Because they're on that thing that's attached to their leash. You know,
Yes.
they're
Well,
on a
put your
reel.
name on it.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Again, it is against the law in most towns and villages in the state of New York to throw your dog's poop in someone else's trash can. They pay for the trash pickup, and because you're not paying for it, you are guilty of theft of services. So you're saying, Tommy, it is not a dick move to throw your dog's dumps in someone else's
Yeah,
can.
but if they're bagged up and you're just dropping them in there, what's the difference? You're just trying to get rid of trash.
No, to Kimmy's point, there are people. I thought you were one of these people. I'm surprised you're not bothered by this. There are folks that get very strange about how clean their garbage can is.
But clean is one thing, but to get that possessive of things you're getting rid of is kind of weird.
I think
Like, this
it's-
is just a trash can.
I think it's just the people get upset by the boldness of somebody else to throw it in their property. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's more the principle of the thing than what's actually going in the trash can.
So you know how like if I see like trash like laying around in the yards when I'm walking, I'll pick it up and then I'll throw it out. So if my neighbor's toters are out and I see trash blowing around, I just pick it up and throw it in that toter.
Guilty.
Because it's neighborhood trash. You're part of the neighborhood.
Guilty.
I thought it took a village to clean up the trash.
So look, it says
From
clearly.
Hillary Clinton.
What did you just say?
Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton.
Sounds like bread you put in a salad. The curly crust. Can I get some Parmesan curly crust? No, the law states that whether it is trash or your dog's poop, you need to carry that with you until you get back to your
own
home.
Personal toter.
Or until you find a public garbage can, in which case it is legal to throw that dog's poop in there.
Well, who has a? Well, there is a public.
There
garbage.
are a lot around me. So, like to your point about the city, I mean, you don't have to walk far to find one.
How would Kimmy, would this bother you if somebody dropped their dog poop in your garbage can?
I would rather them throw their dog poop in my trash can than not pick it up at all.
Yeah, see?
Okay, no,
There's
that's
those
fair.
sticks.
It's one of those things where it doesn't bother me, but I would be too scared to do it to somebody else's trash can.
Like, it never even crossed my mind to do this. I always thought the people that did it were dicks. I guess I'm not surprised that you are the guy to do this.
But you think I think I'm privileged?
I know you think.
Do you look around before you do it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
you
you know
you're
it's
doing
wrong.
wrong.
No, I'm not gonna do it like blatantly. I'm cool.
No, you're not cool because
Still
you're
doing it.
whining like a bitch and it's not a big deal, and then you admit you look shoulder to shoulder before you drop that poo.
Well, yeah, I don't want to deal either with people.
All right, so you say poo in a can is fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me ask you this question.
All right.
Tommy, let's say you got a neighbor,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden you see him. He brings out like a bathroom-sized garbage bag, a little one, across the street. He looks up your driveway, doesn't see you standing there in the window, drops it in your can, runs back to his house.
Yeah.
You say anything?
No, I'm laughing, man. I'm not gonna say anything. My wife, on the other hand, may say something.
All right.
Well, she would say something to you to go say something.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so let's say he does that 3 times a week, every single week.
Every week he's on his schedule.
And it turns out he's not paying for garbage pickup.
He's using my
He's using your toter. Walks up your driveway,
God
bloop,
damn.
runs away.
I'm probably not doing that.
You're not doing anything?
Oh, man.
But he is legitimately
I
stealing
know,
services.
but I'm not gonna. If he's that sad of a sack that he can't afford garbage,
But he's in your no. It's not that he can't afford it. He doesn't want to pay for it.
there's a chance. No, I mean, I'll just smugly think I'm better than he is. But if my wife sees it, I may have to go say something.
How much stuff could somebody like how?
Well, that would be the. I mean, if you're like loading up,
Well, no, it's a small bag.
family of 4. Like if you're like your family probably produces, with the kids and everything, a ton of trash.
Oh, you started a sentence, realized what you were saying.
No, but you produce
Man,
a lot
your
of.
family's nothing but trash, is what you
No,
just said.
I said you produce a
No,
lot
I
of
hear
trash.
you. Hold on one second.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Donna, Tommy says our family is nothing
No,
but
you
trash.
produce a normal amount of trash for.
Oh,
a family
normal amount of
four.
trash. You said a lot of trash.
But you probably fill up a toter every week.
Oh, yeah, easy.
Yeah, we don't. Like I think at the end of the week, there's like 2 bags in there. That's it.
Like, so I told you I cleaned up my garage over the
Yeah,
weekend.
well, you must have loaded up.
Oh my God, it's ridiculous, and it's like sitting in my driveway right now, which is bothering
Yeah.
me. But like, part of me wanted to go to like my neighbors that are like single family,
Yeah.
like no kids, and be like, hey, can I just put this in your can?
I ran out of room.
Please, I don't want to sit in my driveway. I feel embarrassed.
Oh, you could have just dropped it in there. They're never gonna know if it's sitting out at the curb.
Their giant
It's
bag.
just
I'm
so-
gonna haul it down the street
yeah,
up their
they got
driveway. Look at Josh.
Like I don't know. Like the, I guess a guy that did that, I wouldn't really care.
Okay.
But if it got like crazy, yeah.
Okay. I don't believe you.
I know it doesn't
Right.
bother you at all that guy would be bold enough to do it every week.
I would bother me, but I also don't want to say anything because I'm a coward and I don't want to deal with people.
No, look, I'm with you. I wouldn't say anything either.
Because what am I going to say to him?
Please don't use my garbage can.
And then that's a thing.
What? The fact that he was using your garbage can?
What if he said? Then let's say he gives me some sad story, right? Even if he's making it up,
Yeah.
Okay.
and then I feel like crap because I said it.
Hey, not my problem. You made your own choices, and now you can't afford garbage. How is that my problem? Look, there is nothing more embarrassing in the world than forgetting you didn't pay your garbage bill or not being able to afford garbage and realizing that it's okay. Like there were
Well, that was your old man, right?
yeah, there were a couple of times when we were kids where
It just stacked up.
well, like we would bring it down to the road, and we didn't have toters and gates. You had to have you provide your own cans,
Yeah,
so there were
we
no
had
wheels.
that.
Yeah, the old school cans.
So like you would have to, it would just be full of garbage, and I'd be like,
They weigh a ton.
and then you're dragging it down the driveway. The trash comes through. Your trash is the only one left, and you got to drag it back up the driveway until my mom drives out to the garbage place that was in Henrietta.
Oh, she had to take it to the dump.
Well, no, she would drop off a check,
Oh.
so they would come and pick it up the next week. The amount of times I remember being in the back of the car at the dump where the guy, shut up, man. It was like clockwork. I drag it down.
is
I drag
so
it back.
depressing.
And then, like, at some point that week, we would have to go out to the garbage place. My
Same.
mom would go in, cut him a check, and then
Oh,
they'd come and
God.
pick up our garbage.
That is depressing.
It's
as
very,
hell.
very sad. Very sad.
And then it was off to Milk Club, and then day old bread factory. Go home and make some porridge.
All right, so now that you know,
All right.
you cannot feign ignorance when the cops get called.
Well, I've never been busted.
Okay, till now, buddy.
I've
Till
been doing
now.
it for years.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Unpopular radio personality arrested for dropping dog poop. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
You know, a woman arrested at a mall is not that crazy a story.
Okay.
But it doesn't seem that she was taken in at this mall in our area for something she did at the mall.
Oh.
It seems that police discovered that she was wanted somewhere else.
Oh.
And when we get the details of the story, and they are slim,
Mm.
it does indicate that maybe this was a fun time in another place gone wrong.
And she didn't realize it?
Well, that's just it. There are some people who believe when you do something illegal in another place,
Yeah.
once you're gone, you ain't got to worry about
Oh,
it.
all right.
And that's not always the case.
Ooh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, there are lots of people on vacation with the kids on spring break this
Oh,
week.
sure, yeah.
And a vacation, as stressful as they can be,
Yeah.
it's also a freeing experience. No one knows you.
Yeah.
You're out of your everyday grind. You can be a little more loose.
What happened?
Well, that being said, laws still apply. Something a woman from our area may have just found out the hard way.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. This is a female thing, like a massive female thing. And it's a female thing that if your wife or girlfriend does this, they take very seriously.
Okay.
Because if they receive something and they don't immediately run to fill this out and get it back to the person who gave them something, they're a terrible person.
Yes.
But I say it's a female thing because I don't believe any man in the history of the world has voluntarily ever written one of these.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
It would be disturbing.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A woman from our area has been arrested
What'd she do?
after an alleged incident that happened 1,000 miles away. The 41-year-old woman was taken into custody at Eastview Mall on Saturday after police determined she had active warrants out of Florida.
How did they figure all that out?
That's a great question. I don't know. So it doesn't say she was arrested. They do have those plate readers.
Oh.
I don't know if
They
that
read all that?
I don't know if that could trip a warrant. I'm just thinking out
Okay.
loud here. Maybe she was pulled over. Who the hell knows? She was currently awaiting extradition back to the state of Florida. And we have a tiny clue as to what the issue may have been.
Yeah.
According to the story, she is being extradited to Key West for several felony public order crimes.
Okay.
So that means like public order crimes?
Some example of public order crimes are public intoxication,
That's Key West.
disorderly conduct,
All right.
We should away again.
Having a good time in the streets.
drug crimes, obstruction of justice. Yes, they violate public morals rather than cause someone else harm.
But man, you gotta be really effed up
Probably well known.
to like get stopped for doing anything in Key West.
I mean, like, that's the key to the story here, right?
the Keys are designed for this.
Like you had to stand out amongst that crowd.
I can't imagine what that is.
I mean, they have a parade every year with nothing but, like, topless women and dudes and
Yeah,
thongs, right?
yeah.
I mean, like, what is it, Pleasure Fest?
Fantasy.
Fantasy Fest, that's
Yeah.
the one, yes. All right. So,
Oh God.
did this woman get wild on vacation, get
Had to.
arrested, and just take off?
oh.
It must have.
And then
right?
went back
It's a
home.
split.
Because, like, it's possible that she got arrested,
Yeah, that
And-
sounds like some vacation style trouble.
right?
Too many hurricanes.
But she might have assumed that whatever happened would not follow her home. And I think this is a more common tale than you think.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, look, I mean,
Like you just split and you think it won't chase you back, I guess.
let's walk through this, right? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There are a few places in America where you go to get outside of yourself and go
Well,
wild.
yeah, there's two, really. And it's the Keys in New Orleans.
Okay, Vegas, Nashville.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. Yeah.
Those are four very popular
Yeah,
tourist
Nashville's
spots.
You can
coming
get
up
into a
fast.
lot of trouble.
Oh, yeah. If you are arrested in Vegas, Key West, New Orleans, or Nashville, do you handle what happened or do you go home and hope for the best? Like, how hard are these places going to pursue you for some stupid thing that you might have done?
Yeah, because I always figure, too, like they don't want this kind of trouble because it's bad for business, right?
Yeah?
So I might think like, yeah, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just let it go, because they don't want the publicity.
I love how this started with, who would be stupid enough to do this? And then you immediately talked yourself into, well, this is what the state wants, the city wants. So
They
get the hell
kind of
outta here.
encourage it, right?
I am willing to bet right
Yeah.
now there are multiple people listening who got in trouble with the law in another city and just bailed.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just never
Never
but-
showed up for like a
Court
date, whatever.
appearance.
So you
Yeah,
had to
yeah.
have a bench warrant, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, but what are they going to do? Bring me back to, oh,
Or
no.
they think it's a place that they'll never go back to. And
Oh.
like, so
Yeah.
they think like, well, as long as I don't go back there, I'm fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because what does it cost? So let's say you were drunk and disorderly in Key West,
Okay.
and then who pays to drag your ass all the way back to like the Key West court system?
That's a great question.
Because they got to pay for that, right?
I mean, I get it may be included in court fees. Like,
But,
you're,
like,
you're
think
paying
of-
for the
yeah,
flight.
oh,
I
all
could
right.
be. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud.
You're
here.
in trouble, and here's the bill.
252-WCMF. Does anybody know?
How's that work?
Like, I mean, if it comes out of taxpayer money, that does sound insane. But, I mean, court fees include all the stuff that they have to pay for
Yeah,
when
true.
they're trying you.
Yeah.
252-WCMF. We're talking about this woman. She was arrested on Saturday, 41 years old, at Eastview Mall. Police determined she had an active warrant out of Florida. She was charged with felony-level public order crimes. Some of those include public intoxication, disorderly conduct, drug crimes, obstruction of justice, but it happened in Key West, Florida. And the theory, and again, just a theory here, if the allegations are true, she got wild on vacation.
Got thrown off the conch train.
People all over the world.
Conch train.
I mean, look, you're sitting here saying this woman would be stupid to leave. But, Tommy, you have admitted on the air, you have several tickets from your comedy days in other states.
No, actually, Orlando and Fargo, North Dakota.
And you never took care of them.
No.
You just left.
$15 parking tickets that I didn't have $15.
Like, we're not talking about how busted and sad you were and untalented. We're talking about that.
Yeah.
It's not out of the question, in all sincerity, that bites you in the ass one day.
But I've been arrested since then. I've never been pinched.
I mean, sometimes those things don't show up on a background check or in the system. So, I mean, it happens. There are people that have, like, serious warrants out for their arrest where, for some reason, it doesn't get tripped.
You know where it's going to happen?
Where?
I'll get pinched when I'm with my grandkids someplace. Right? One of those plate readers will be in line for something at Disney World, and I'll get dragged out of line.
What are you talking about? I pay my tax.
I mean, that's not in the back of your head a little bit? No.
I'll give them the $15.
I think it's a little bit more now.
Does it like accrue more?
Yeah, let's see here. Carry that. You owe him $70,000. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dean. Hey, Dean, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, brother. What do you got?
Hey, so in 2019, I took a trip up to Toronto.
Yeah.
And I got a parking ticket when I was at a Blue Jays game, and I just said, I'm not going to pay for it because I wasn't coming back.
Take that, Canada.
Yeah. So I probably can't go back to Canada. I'm not sure, but
wait, it's still outstanding and this never was taken care of.
no, I just never took care of it. Yeah.
Bro, you probably can't
Seems
cross
like
the border.
Yeah, I wonder how that would work if you
Probably
tried.
can't go back to a Blue Jays Yankees game, but yeah.
All right, Dean, let's walk
Is
through
that
the
worth
logic.
it?
Yeah, I mean, let's walk through this. How
much? Oh, I was gonna say, how much was the parking ticket? Do you know?
$50 Canadian, so probably only like $30.
Okay, Dean, you can never enter that country again without the
$30.
stress. What is wrong with you, Dean?
No, but hold on. He can go back. Once it becomes a state, he can go back.
I don't know, because Florida's a state, and she left Florida, and she's getting dragged back there.
Right.
Dean, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, you're welcome.
There goes Dean.
$30 and I'm
seems like
done
it's
with
just
Canada.
Not worth.
No.
The trouble.
Especially if you
Just
actually
pay
had it. Like, I
Right.
didn't have any money.
You had
and I'm not
$15.
justifying.
Shut up.
I didn't have it.
You
Pat.
didn't have $15.
Bro, I had $15, which means I couldn't eat for the month. It was one of the, I was living on $3 a
Bro,
day.
you were buying pornography. Shut up.
Yes, I mean, yes, everything was budgeted.
Dean paid more for a beer
Yes.
and food than the parking.
Yeah.
And, like, here's the thing. Maybe it never catches up to him. Maybe he can go back and
Yeah, I don't
forth
know.
across
I
the
don't know how
border.
closely they'll
They-
follow up on that.
You'd be surprised what I've seen people get pinched going across the
Really?
border. People that had DWI.
Well, that's a big
yeah,
one.
they-
No, but like 10 years on.
Yeah.
They knew it and said you can't come in and unless you pay a fine, and you had to write this thing out. But they had to pay $200 to enter on a DWI from New Jersey from 10 years ago.
I don't think there's a time limit on that. I think that'll follow you the rest of your life.
gotta
Because
get
you
a
wouldn't think
lawyer.
if you get but you wouldn't think a 10-year-old DWI in Jersey is going to bite you with the Canadian government.
I would have, but,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you're also
to each their own.
but you're in the system with the cops, man.
I'm in the system. I just go to Canada a lot.
No, but your dad's a cop. Like, you know how this stuff works. I always think here after a while things just kind of went away or they just forgot about it.
Maybe it's just a raised in New York thing where you know
Yeah, I
that if
think,
you
like,
have
they
a
warn you,
DWI, you
yeah.
got to get a
'Cause,
Yeah.
what do you call that?
I think we
What's
all know a
borderline?
person that won't go to Canada for that reason.
Oh, I don't even like it up there. It's lame. Plenty of stuff to do here in the States. Do you? All right, so think about this.
What's that?
With this woman who's arrested at Eastview Mall and is being extradited back to Key West for whatever this crime was,
Yeah.
right? Do you have someone in your life that is willing to follow you and help you handle this?
All the way down to the Keys?
Well, let's-
I am getting to go to the Keys.
Let's
That'd
think
be
about this.
Back on vacation.
She's been taken by law enforcement or will be back to Florida to go through the legal system there. She may need someone down there to bail her out, to get her a lawyer, to handle the business on the outside. Do either of you have anyone that could drop what they are doing and do that for you right now?
Well, it'd be my wife.
She can't.
Why?
She's got stuff going on here, man.
He ain't got nothing going
Bro,
on.
you think she's going to pay to
Retired.
follow yo ass down to Key West,
State
Florida
pension.
because of what you did at Fantasy Fest? I mean, Kimmy, your husband couldn't go. He's got to work.
Yeah, my dad would do that in a second just for the vacation.
Yeah, but think about it. It's a cool place to go to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if you got this in Duluth, Minnesota, you're probably going by yourself. But that's a fun vacation.
Like, I'm thinking about this last night. My wife, she's got the kids here.
Yeah.
She can't take a day off of work. My brother's got his own family.
Yeah.
Same situation.
Oh, I know if somebody could go with you.
Who's that?
Your dad.
No, he works.
Oh, your mom.
She works.
She does?
Yeah, man. It's America.
I thought she was retired.
No.
All right.
What?
I don't know.
What would she have? What?
I thought your mother was retired.
Yeah. I remember the financial things I always talk about on the show? What gave you that? We invested in that hole in the roof and it paid off.
So you don't have any like retired relatives?
My grandfather, but we don't really. I mean, we're not.
Well,
Like,
bro, he's 100.
He's not 100.
I thought he's like super ass old.
He's like 80.
Well, that's like 100.
No, I'd watch what you're saying.
So it would be me.
No, because you got to come to work too.
Yeah, but you got to go down there. I'll go. But just shut the show down and go down there.
We'll do the
Well, Kimmy
show.
can stay here. We'll do the show off from the road. It'd be
Okay.
funny.
All right.
Two chuckleheads on the road.
We got Facebook messages coming in. We'll get to that in just a second. But let's talk to Eric first. Hey, Eric, how are you, buddy?
Hanging in there. How are you guys today?
Good, man. What do you got?
Love you too. Hey, the reason why the lady got nailed in Florida is because they were criminal. There was a warrant for her arrest.
Yes, understood. Yeah.
Well, when you get speeding tickets in other states, my son got one in Kansas. New York State doesn't recognize those. It's never reported to the DMV.
Okay, no, I get what you're saying, but like it's not out of the question, Eric, down the road where you could be somewhere else, something else happens, maybe you have a job where you have to have some kind of background check, and all of a sudden this shows up. We have friends where this has happened before.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, it's when Tommy was arrested or whatever, it doesn't show up on his background because they were parking tickets.
Why are you taking away my fun, Eric? Why can't I fantasize about him being dragged out in cuffs for a $15 parking ticket in 1989?
Sorry, but ain't going to happen.
All right, we'll see, Eric. We'll see.
All right, have a good one, you guys.
There goes Eric. Kimmy, can you call the Orlando Police Department, please?
Well, I guess like too is like that would work if you don't plan on driving through Kansas again.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, because like if it's a place where you feel like you're gonna be a couple more times in your life, maybe then you may want to take care of it.
Yes, I understand this story with this woman here is an extreme circumstance where she's being extradited back to
Yeah.
the state,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, like just leaving these things alone, it's gonna eventually bite you in the ass. Sarah writes us on Facebook. You know, our theory here is that this woman got arrested or in trouble on vacation and just left. Sarah writes, this could be a case of having a flight home and not being able to stay for court. This happened to a friend in Atlanta at a bachelorette party. She was charged with public intoxication, had to fly home Monday, went home and called to negotiate with the district attorney's office from Rochester. You can do that?
But like, because your flight's leaving? That doesn't sound like that's like a legal
You want-
strategy there. I was going to go to court, but, Delta's pulling out in an hour.
I didn't know you could.
We're boarding in 15 minutes. See ya.
Well, I guess if your court date is a couple weeks away,
but to
you're gonna stay there the whole time.
What do you negotiate? Can I plead guilty
Oh, I don't know if
from
you can
the phone?
negotiate.
And she said,
You're gonna have to probably go back.
Just
I would
pay the
think.
fees?
charge of public intoxication, had to fly home Monday, went and called to negotiate with the district attorney's office from.
Well, I guess it's like if you sign a speeding ticket that you're guilty, and then you just send the money in and we're done. Maybe?
But it said she had a court date for public intoxication. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
But again, public intoxication, pretty small crime. Unless it is Georgia, though. They might.
Yeah.
They might.
But you'd have to be, again, how drunk were you at that bachelorette party that you stood out that much?
Also, I've never heard of an Atlanta bachelorette party.
Yeah, it's
I
pretty.
know, it is a strange.
Yeah.
Hot Atlanta. I love CNN.
You know what I bet more people have than they even realize or remember is like if you went away to school, especially in some of those small college towns, like there have to be so many people with public intoxication tickets that were never taken care of. Any
really
kind
makes
of
you-
like the amount of tickets that were written for like the smallest things that people probably never took care of.
Yeah, it really makes you worry for the next generation coming
Open
up.
container. I mean, like the amount that would rack up so fast. And I bet you your kid maybe never told you, never paid it.
Well, look, I mean, Kimmy, it's spring break this week. There are high
Yeah.
school kids
Oh,
that are
yeah.
off on their first ever vacation by themselves that are going to come home and not tell mom and dad something
Yeah.
happened. It's
Just
gonna
bury
play out.
that.
So be ready for that, parents.
Okay.
Look, if someone were to help you out of this jam,
Yeah.
like we're describing, you would have to say thank you.
All right.
But for some people, saying thank you is not enough,
Yeah.
right? Look, I'm with you. This is the stupidest thing.
It's too much.
Too much is the understatement of the century. And there is a clear line that divides men and women.
And this is it.
Because it feels like all women insist on doing
Yeah.
this. Whereas no man has ever voluntarily done this one time
No.
in the history of the world. And we'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. It's the right thing to do.
Well, let's do it.
So they say. How, Tommy, will someone know you're appreciative if you don't physically write out with your hand how touched you are?
So you need documentation.
Yes.
Right.
We in the break room have come to a documentation realization. There's not a single man in America who has ever done this without their wife standing over them, making sure it gets done.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You're
It's forced compliance.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. Happy tax day, buddy.
Oh, buddy.
And look, as much as taxes suck, right? This
Pay your
day,
taxes.
the last couple of weeks leading up to this day, traditionally is an exciting day for Americans because
Oh.
you get a bunch of cash to do whatever you want with.
Yeah.
Except not this year.
Whoa. What happened?
Nothing happened except life.
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, your wife, she's been a very busy woman.
Oh, yeah. Spent the whole day on one task.
What's that?
Thank you cards.
Thank you cards.
Yeah. She celebrated a birthday, and she had a big party with her girlfriends, and then she was filling out personalized thank you cards to all the women that had given her gifts.
Oh, so how many women gave her gifts?
It was a stack, and it was like an all-day event.
So she spent all day
A good chunk of the day on a Sunday filling these things out.
handwriting a thing.
Handwriting, and each one has to be personal. Like, one can't carbon copy the other one.
Oh, she didn't have like a form thank
No,
you?
like everyone had to be a personal thank you.
Oh.
Because I would just I would come up with something and that's it. It's
Generic
just
message.
it's going to be like
Insert
Henry.
name here.
It's going to be the Henry Ford of the Model T of thank you cards.
I don't know if I'd write letters like Henry Ford did.
Well, not actual letters from.
No, I'm just saying, there's a couple of them that exist in museums. Might want to avoid those Henry Ford
I'm just
letters.
saying the factory style, just pumping them out.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Tommy, have you ever written a thank you letter?
So I told my wife, I go, I've never. She didn't believe me. She goes, "You've written thank you cards." I go, "Never." I said, "Maybe as a kid I was forced to, like my mother made me do it or something like that, or I had to do it in military school." But I said, I have never, ever went to the store and was so overwhelmed with whatever somebody did for me that I had to write them a thank. I'll thank them, but I don't feel. If I thank you, I don't have to also send you a thank you card. That's
Yes.
like, it's
Amen.
just like what is it, like a notary that validates my thank you.
I'm with you 100%. Like,
Because I'm sure my wife thanked these women profusely. But she just because it's a proper society.
No, but-
she's probably fears being judged for not writing
Oh,
thank
I'm
yous. I
sure.
mean, like that is huge, especially with like your generation.
Yeah, and if you get a thank you from somebody, next time they do something for you, you got to send one
Yeah,
back.
it's like a never-ending cycle.
I only know 2 dudes that I have ever gotten thank you cards from. So one was from Billy one time, and then I sent it back to him thanking him, but I blotched out the names and just changed it back as a gag.
oh, you rascal. Why were you guys
So
in 7th
silly.
place?
Was that?
Why were you guys in 7th place?
I don't know. I think the mics didn't work. And then we had a guy.
No, if
that-
the mics didn't work, you would have been fit.
we had another guy that left here,
Yeah.
and he wrote everybody here a thank you card. Everybody, and it was personalized, and it was like, I found that thing shocking because I thought like I was the only one that got that. Everybody got one.
Wait, you were mad that you were?
No, I was
Oh,
shocked.
okay,
No, I
okay.
wasn't mad at all. I
Okay.
was just like,
Do you know
I've
who
nev-
it was?
I'm not sure.
We'll tell you off the air. You'll be
Okay.
like, oh,
All right.
yeah.
But
Gotcha.
I was like, I've never seen a dude do that ever.
Okay, so
I
let's,
didn't think dudes knew how to.
I am under the impression that no man has ever written a
Heartfelt
thank you where they weren't forced by someone in
Right.
their life to do
Yeah.
it.
Like you don't have like obligations though, where you had to write.
Yes,
like
but
for
I didn't
like
wanna
a
do it.
wedding.
I was forced.
Or,
Yeah,
okay,
my
wife
right,
made
right,
me
right. But you have written a thank you.
My wife will stand over me, and I will pout like a 5-year-old the whole time because
Yeah.
my handwriting is terrible.
Yeah.
I can't spell.
Yeah.
I hate everything about it, and it's pointless. I already said thank you. Like, what about
Yeah.
the vocal, audio aspect of thank you?
That's enough.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've never done one as an adult, for sure.
Do you write thank you letters?
Well, I do only because like I was hoping thank yous would die with our generation.
It should.
Like I really
Kill it.
hoped that like we could all be in agreement here to not get one because I don't really think that any of my friends care whether or not they get a thank you. Like, it's one of those things where when it shows up, you forget you didn't get one kind of thing. Like, whereas it never came, I would never even notice that somebody didn't write a thank you.
Because you would need, like, stationery and stuff to do
that.
that.
Put a pin in that. We'll look back around.
But I do have family members where if you don't write a thank you, they will not only, like, they won't let it go that you didn't write a thank you. And to further that, I know a girl who tried to, I can't remember if it was for like her wedding shower or baby shower, but she tried to do like the thank yous where like she just sent out to everybody's email. Oh, that didn't fly. That did not fly with the older set.
She can't have babies anymore. No more babies for you.
People didn't like that it was like informal and it wasn't like a physical thing that she had to write out. Like it was the judgment that comes from the thank you. I get why people feel they have to do it.
All right, but let's talk about this. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Ladies, when it comes to the written out thank you cards, why do you do it? Is it just the judgment? To your point a second ago, you said you thought our generation would kill it.
I was hoping we would.
You should.
My wife is obsessed with this. She writes an unbelievable amount of thank you cards, and she has passed this down to my daughters who also now write thank you cards, and it drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Drives me nuts.
Because you also got to, like, for somebody to get their ass checked because you didn't get a thank you, how important do you think you are in life?
It's usually the older set.
Yes.
Because they are waiting for it.
How dare you don't send me a thank you for that pen I bought you.
I have family members that will compare notes like they got a longer message than the other family member.
What?
And I am not kidding you.
How good is your life where that matters?
It's a
Great
thank you dong measuring contest.
So you brought up the stationery thing.
Yeah. Like, you'd have to have stationery with your name on it and all that crap.
Here's a not-so-fun fact that you gentlemen may not know because we are out of the thank you letter game. It is way more expensive to write these letters than you think. And I'm not talking the price of a stamp. The stationery your wife or girlfriend has, the cards, the envelopes, the stickers, ridiculously overpriced. It's a piece of cardboard that costs like $15 for 10 squares of them.
Yes.
And there are entire stores, multiple ones, that exist in the greater Rochester area that sell only this type of stuff to women.
So when my wife found out, I think it was called Pyrus. Am I saying that
Pyrus
was going out of business.
In Eastview Mall?
Oh, man, she was down there loading up.
Same thing. My wife jumped in the car like it was Dukes of Hazzard across the front of the hood.
It was almost like Lady Luton Day down there. But they were kicking out windows and coming out with sacks of this stuff.
So my great-grandmother had this, like, what do you call it, a drawing desk? It's like
the secretary desk.
You got it,
yes.
So
with the roll top.
Bingo, we inherited this thing.
Yeah.
That thing is full of everything my wife could get her hands on at that Pyrus going out of business sale at Eastview Mall. The most ridiculous.
Yes.
It's got a gold sticker. It's got a hummingbird on it.
The sticker that goes on the back of the envelope and the whole thing. I mean, I will say it looks impressive.
Shut up! You're not helping.
But I'm not.
Shut up!
I can't do it.
It does. See, that's just it. Because he's this guy. Where these are stupid. But if you found out someone wasn't sending out thank you cards, you would judge it for being trash.
Hey,
you would think
Didn't
they're
get
trash.
a thank you either.
You're why this stuff keeps happening.
What did I do?
I get, you know what? Oh, God.
No, after you.
What makes me even more
stupid
mad
bitch.
is, and I think that this will always exist because I have a friend, like she's great at hosting. Everything is always
she's
like
class.
perfect and careful what you say. So she, like, for her wedding, like, everything was perfect.
Yeah.
Every thank you, every invitation was all like the same, like, theme and everything.
So she's like a Martha
And even
Stewart.
like her thank yous, she wrote them like in calligraphy.
Shut
like
up.
she learned how to write.
Shut up.
I'm like, it made me mad. Like, I'm like, I can't even appreciate this because, like, why did you do this? Why did you do this? Because now we all have to live up to this.
And you can't.
No.
It's a muff measuring contest. It's all it is. Laying their muffs out with a ruler. Pirates.
Look at my big old muff.
Closing sale.
But
Look at
there's
my
some
classy
people
muff.
that look at that and they love it and they appreciate it, and now it's like set the standard for everybody else.
252 WCMF. Tommy's wife earlier this week spent the whole day writing thank you cards to her friends that got her birthday presents for her birthday. And Tommy comes to the realization off the air the other day, we come to this together, no man has ever written a thank you card without being forced to write a thank you card. Yet for some reason, women still obsess over doing this thing. And there's like rules about it. And it takes so much time. Here's the ass kicker.
Yes, sir.
Here's the ass kicker. Nobody saves their thank you cards.
Why would you?
Maybe you chuck them in a drawer to say you saved them, but it's not like you read through them later.
You don't have an aunt or grandma that saves all the thank
Oh,
you
I'm sure
cards.
women do.
Okay, do you think they go back through them and read
I don't
the
know
thank
if
you
they go
card?
back through them, but they save them.
What a wonder you cherish. Oh, remember this
Yeah.
thank you I got from Kimmy?
Do you
Oh.
have relatives that date the card, like thinking you're gonna save it?
Yes.
Because that's why they do it. They assuming everybody's gonna save these cards.
Keep it in order in your Rolodex of thank yous.
I'm also not entirely sure
Yeah.
what requires a thank you card. Because, like, wedding, fine, I get there's a lot of money
Well, you get in
involved there.
cash, all
okay,
right.
fine, I get it.
All right.
Every other thing that I get from somebody, do I have to write them a thank you?
It would have to be so monumental, and you're never gonna get that.
No, that's not true. Because, like to your wife got birthday
Yeah,
gifts.
No, I'm saying like for me to motivate me.
yeah.
to-
Like you'd have to be
for
so
me,
grateful.
It would have to be such a move,
so that doesn't exist in your life.
right?
There is nothing someone could do for me.
Like even if you
What
gave
if-
me a kidney, I'm just gonna send you. I'm gonna say thanks, man.
Yeah, I'm with you.
What if somebody did something for your kids, like something really nice for your
Then
kids?
you're cornered.
No, because I would still think just saying.
Really?
I think a sincere face-to-face
Okay,
thank
if you go out of your way to do that, not everybody can or has the opportunity to do that with whoever sends something.
No, but like, your wife saw her friends when they handed the gifts to her.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In that moment, a face-to-face sincere thank you.
What if somebody sent something?
Okay. Shoot him a text. Hey, thumbs up. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Say, yeah, I would shoot somebody
Yeah.
a text saying, "Hey, appreciate it."
Or a FaceTime. Like a FaceTime. Hey, I just got your gift. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. I don't understand why. It's harder to
It's
do.
a class move. That's what it is.
It's
people
not.
think it's a class,
No,
but,
it's
but
not.
people do think it's a class
No,
move.
it's
like
a stroke
shows,
job.
But a stroke job is a class move because it shows like you're cultured, like you're refined, you're educated. You know what I mean? Like you're upper crust. That's what these people think when they send those things out to each other, and especially it's so ornate. Like it's got labels and
Who taught
you
you
had-
ornate?
It was the word of the day. But to your point, like
Yeah.
it's almost like a little piece of artwork you're sending
Yeah.
back. So you feel like you upper class.
You know what happened? You know what just happened?
What happened?
He heard we went too far, and
Yeah.
he's afraid his wife is listening. So now he's backpedaling
It's a
because he
little
doesn't want to
piece
get in
of
trouble.
art in a way.
Total class, baby.
Guys,
Total
guys,
class.
guys.
Total class.
Shut up! Shut up! It's pointless and it's stupid.
Isn't
As
it?
much as I hate thank yous and I don't think they're necessary,
Mm-hmm.
when I get one unexpectedly, to your point, I'm like, oh, that was nice.
Well, that was shocking when we got that one from that one dude.
Yeah,
I
like-
was blown away.
it is.
but I ain't
it is
doing
like
it.
kind of like, oh, that was so nice of them to do that.
Thank
to
you.
think of me.
Thank you cards coming through the mail are frustrating because I have that like little kid syndrome still.
Yeah, you think you're getting something cool like money?
Money, yes. If I open
What
up,
is
It's
there's
not my
$5 in
birthday.
here?
there's no cash.
I'll go buy some stickers.
There's no cash. I don't want. Like you
Yeah.
just got me excited for nothing.
Yes.
We got a ton of messages coming in. Facebook and Instagram are like, we'll start on Facebook
All
again,
right.
talking about thank you cards and women's obsession with them and how they don't make any sense. Jesse, it's a guy Jesse.
Yeah.
He writes us on Facebook. You have to write thank you cards to get ahead and stick in people's minds. Life is all about connections and networking, and sending physical thank yous do that. You are wrong. I am a man who writes thank you cards on a regular basis.
Okay, how far up of the corporate chain are you there, Jesse?
He's got his own Facebook page.
Okay, there you go.
Shelly on Instagram, you get, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us, writes something similar. She says, I've always sent thank you letters to the people that give me good job references.
Oh.
Thank you. I'm Shelly. I said thank you.
If you get the job, I guess
What
you
if I
may
just
feel
get you-
like you have to.
What if I just get you a gift? Let's say if you get me a job, I get you a gift.
Whoa,
if I
that's
get a
taking
choice,
it a
I'll take the card over
Yeah.
there.
No, but let's say I just send you, a gift. Thank
you
you.
just really upped the game.
Yeah, but I don't have to write anything out.
I don't want to buy stuff. I got to go to the store.
Yeah, you
Oh,
gotta
no, I'd
think
much
about a
rather buy
gift,
something
though.
than write something.
No.
Writing is
no,
torture.
no.
Megan, well, no, I agree with you. Writing's torture. Well, yeah, you're also illiterate.
I also don't know how to structure a sentence.
Yeah, no kidding.
To
Everyone
his
can
point,
hear you talking.
It is funny because we've had a few, like, especially wedding thank yous that I can clearly tell were written by the husband.
Oh, yeah, because they're dumb.
Thank you for the gift. We had a great time. Goodbye.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Like, writing comprehension for all men
Yeah.
dies at third grade.
It's just blunt.
Megan writes us on Facebook. She says, guys don't write thank you cards because you're never appreciative for anything.
That's true.
And I don't mean that bad. She's not done. She says, you give and take from friends and family because that's what you're supposed to do. You don't get thankful, and you never say you're sorry. Men don't say we're sorry?
Again, only when we're forced to.
Well, hold on.
We also don't want to say we're sorry, but we do.
If we're going to play the gender game of who doesn't say sorry, men don't say we're sorry. Men don't say we're sorry.
We do.
Yeah. Way more than you ladies do.
Yeah.
Have
but
you
then-
ever heard Kimmy say she was sorry for anything in this room?
Yes.
When have you ever apologized?
Well,
Can't
yeah.
remember right now.
Exactly.
taking this job?
Rob writes us
Yeah.
on Instagram. I remember a time,
I remember Robbie time.
thank you, that my wife forced my son into writing thank you cards following his birthday. He literally cried the whole time while she stood over him screaming like an evil boss. If that doesn't sum up men versus women and thank you cards, I don't know what does.
Yes.
Great point by Rob. Great point by Rob.
Do you think you learned to do this from your parents, or do you learn to do this through like social pressure over time?
I mean, for me, it was just like your parents. My mother. My father
Yeah.
never said a thank you card.
See, my dad was always big on thank yous, but I don't think he ever wrote one in his life.
Right.
It was like, you should send a thank you. You should say this. You should do that. But I've never seen him write out anything like that.
I'm going to throw out a theory here. I don't know, Kimmy, if it's like handed down. I definitely think this is something only a certain kind of person does. Because, I grew up in Gates.
Yeah.
I don't remember my mother ever sending a thank you card.
She probably did.
Oh, I bet you she did.
No,
You
I'm
start
telling you,
paying attention.
I don't ever remember getting a thank you card to my house.
No, wait. Your mother sent me a thank you card the other night. Oh, yeah. She was very thankful. She was
Kimmy-
in that calligraphy thing.
What? Say that again.
Calligraphy
Got
thing.
that? Was she
Calligraphy.
teaching you English, you dumbass?
Well, she said her hand hurt. My hand's so tired.
Hurry.
Thank you.
Harry Crutas. No, the first time I even understood
Yeah.
this was a thing
Yeah.
is when I met my wife. This was not any part of my universe when I was a kid.
So your
Okay.
parents didn't make you write them for like birthday parties or anything?
Never.
I feel like I had to write them after birthday parties.
Because there was so much shame in it if you didn't, right?
It was not part of my
Yeah.
world. I didn't even understand. And look, let's be real what this is, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And this is boils it down.
What is it?
Thank you cards are a way to make yourself look big money when you ain't big money.
Okay.
There, I said it.
But what if you get one from big money?
Okay, well, yeah,
Yeah.
you can be big money and do cards, but the majority of people who write thank you cards, they're trying to look like a Vanderbilt when you're rocking Kardashian coin, bro. Yeah, I said it.
Kardashian.
You rocking that Kardashian coin. You ain't got Vanderbilt money, son, even though the Vanderbilts, Kardashians have more money.
So I wonder if
Yeah.
rich people probably don't send thank you cards because they're so arrogant they don't care.
No, I think rich people still send thank
Yeah.
you cards. But they have their assistants do it.
Oh, okay.
From the desk of Henry Ford's assistant. Don't read that thank you card. It's terrible. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Even though you're not big money, this time of year you feel big money.
Oh.
It's tax day, buddy.
You're getting some.
Big old chunk of cash. And for years and years and years and years, this was money that was going to be spent on whatever your little heart desired.
Yeah.
Yep. For the first time in a long time, that is no longer the case.
What do you mean?
Well, allow me to gesture my hand to the world.
Oh.
Because, it's really hard to justify, at least according to the numbers we have in front of us, blowing a bunch of cash on something you don't need with all the things going on right now.
Yeah, but you could say, you never know what tomorrow's going to look like. Go have fun.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is supposed to be the funnest time of the year.
Oh.
Weather's breaking, and there's a big-ass chunk of money that's either already in or on its way to your bank account.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, but this year's different.
Why?
Well, for the first time in a long time, most Americans say they are going to be responsible with this. And the way things are, it's kind of hard not to believe it.
Oh, you better watch that money.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Happy tax day, everybody.
Oh, thank you.
So, Tommy, there are two kinds of folks during tax time. Folks who are furious that we owe money because they didn't put away enough aside. And folks that are ecstatic that they're about to get a big-ass chunk of cash to do whatever they want.
Party.
Free money, bitch!
You know it.
Well, it turns out this year, we're not doing whatever we want
Why?
with that money. For the first time in a long time, the overwhelming majority of Americans will be spending their tax returns on essentials and bills. 52% of Americans say they will be spending their tax returns on groceries, bills, and utilities. But the next group of people
Yo, yeah.
are also doing boring stuff with that money. 37% say they will be using their tax return to pay down debt. Half of those people specifically say they will be paying down debt from the holiday season.
Wow.
Still?
Wow.
Yeah, damn.
It's been like 4 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Then after those,
Vacation time.
nope, still kind of boring.
What?
22% of Americans say that money is going into their home. That's either stuff to fix the house or something like an outdoor pizza oven, which is kind of fun.
Spring, summer projects.
You got it. This year, a paltry 8% of Americans say they will be spending their tax return on luxury.
Man, that blows.
It's the smallest percentage we've seen in America in decades.
Wow.
8% are just going to blow that money. That's it.
Everybody's pulling back. Why?
What do you mean, why? Do you not live in the world?
Oh, because of the eggs,
Well, I mean, eggs, amongst other things.
the cars, the house.
I mean, Tommy, you and I are very cynical people. And normally, when people say they're going to be smart with their money,
Yeah.
we think they're lying.
Yeah.
But in this case, it kind of feels like folks are telling the truth.
So everybody's tight and they get it and they're afraid.
Well, yeah, I mean, they don't really have a choice, right?
Load up on peanut butter.
They got to pay for stuff they already spent their money on.
Well, and here's the thing. There are other things that suggest that this study is legit. Normally, around this time of year, we see things like tax return sales at stores across everywhere.
But they like furniture stores. They know this stuff is coming.
Yeah, have you seen a single one?
No, I can't think.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen a single tax return sale commercial this year?
No.
It's almost like these businesses already know. Are we done with tax money being fun money?
Like being seen as a bonus,
Yes.
essentially. Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Because, Kimmy, for some people, it's the only fun money you will have all year long.
Yeah. Money just kind of shows up.
Yeah.
I know it's your money and all that stuff, but
Yeah.
still.
Okay, look, I know there's people that are itching to call the show,
Right.
right?
Is it
private
partly
use your own
to?
money.
Is it partly to you're not getting enough back to be able to assign it to like one specific thing, so you don't really know what to do with it, kind of situation, or like you're not in an agreement on where it's going to go, so it ends up just going to pay other stuff.
I've never had a problem with not
No.
knowing where to put that money.
I remember
Well,
when.
but I mean, between you and your wife, like, do you?
Oh, no,
are you
let me-
always in agreement on like where that should go, what to spend it on?
That money is now smart money. I'm talking about when I didn't have a wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't get a say in where my tax money goes.
So I remember one year it all lined up perfect for me. I was taking a vacation. It was around this time of the year, and George Bush gave us an extra. He sent everybody an extra $300 to goose the economy.
Yes.
And I got that check like a week before I was going on vacation. I was like, hot. Thank you, Uncle George. I love you, man. It was like perfect.
Bro,
It was free money.
I was 18 and I got $300.
Yeah, everybody got $300.
It was the great. You're right. I'm now flashing back to the
I
wonderful
drank
thing.
my ass off when I went to see my parents. That's all
Yeah.
I did. I hit 300 to hit the bars.
Those were the days, baby.
Oh,
But like,
my
if you
God.
got $300 now, what would you
It sucks.
go to?
I-
That's like I
Tracksuits.
can't. I can't think of like.
blood clot medicine, cataract surgery. I got to get my salt pills redone.
By the way, I wouldn't do a $300 cataract surgery. Is my advice to you.
No, but everything now sucks because I'm old.
Well, that, and I just think like because things are more expensive, maybe you look at that money, it's not going to go as far. So that's why you're not as tempted to spend it.
Is that the case?
I never think that way.
No, I mean, like,
Well, it's not going to cover a whole vacation.
No, but
maybe
I'll
it
squeeze something
doesn't
out of
cover
it.
like a whole luxury item you want to buy. So maybe that's preventing people from using it towards something like that.
Luxury is subjective, right? I mean, coffee is a luxury item, right? Like,
might step it up a little bit.
Exactly. A $25 pair of jeans is a luxury item. I mean, this is just money that's yours.
A night out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, this study again shows that
We ain't doing it.
nobody's using this money on fun things. Again, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The majority of Americans this year, overwhelming majority, say they are spending their tax return on necessary stuff. Only 8%, 8% of Americans say they will be spending their tax return on luxuries. It is by far the smallest amount we've seen in America in decades. Kimmy, did you get a tax return this year?
No, we owe. Sucks.
Oh. Well, you need to borrow money or things not going well?
Yeah.
No,
You
it's
hurting?
just like where we are in the
Right.
in the brackets. We're like at the worst spot right now.
But,
Well,
all
I
right.
don't know what to
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah, it does. I know. I was used to like getting like at least a little bit every year, and then yeah, it went away. We're kind of almost even.
Good for you.
Yeah. Way to go, kid.
It's not that fun. Not something you look forward to.
You bring up a good point a second ago because, like, again, as I speak of my tax return, I only speak of me being single when I had a control over it. If you're married,
Yeah.
who gets the say on the tax return?
Oh, but how it's going?
Yeah.
Your wife.
Are you sure?
Been that way for me.
Okay, like you and but we're weak, sad men.
Yeah.
I do get the feeling that for some reason, men are the drivers of where that tax return gets spent.
Oh, I figure your wife has 7 different projects she wants done around here, and this is where the money's going.
Does it depend on who makes more? So that money may be coming from one side more than the other.
Ooh.
So that's how you see who gets to spend it.
It's a good question. I mean,
I always figure the wife's going to win out because we need this, we need that, we need stuff for the kids, and you can't sit there and go, well, no, the kids can go suffer.
no, like all of
Screw them kids.
all of my buddies that have like boats or RVs or like like super crazy
Yeah.
stuff. It came from like the down payments came from
Oh,
tax
big
returns.
toy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess big toy guy's a little different, but you and I don't have any toys.
No, I'm not a toy person.
I mean, our biggest score was those Blackstones.
Pretty sweet though.
Yeah, but now I'm just a chef.
No, I do get the impression that, like, because you're right. When it comes to money, men usually take a back seat. For some reason, it has been, like, grinded into our society that the man gets to decide where the tax return goes,
Yeah.
unless that's changing right
I
now.
did not get that memo. but,
Okay,
like,
why?
yeah, no, you're probably right. I would think if you're a guy that has like a lot of fun stuff, around guy stuff. I have no fun guy stuff, so.
Like, Kimmy,
I do have one of those collapsible hoses. That's pretty cool when you turn it on. Looks like a snake.
Kimmy, the last time you got a tax return,
Yeah.
was it your money or your husband's money?
I think it was when I was still single.
You haven't got a tax return since you were single?
Since we've been married.
God, you are such a dork. I got to keep it even, therefore I can keep my money and invest it in T-bills. Compound interest is what...
Man, I always been getting back.
No. You know what kind? Well, because I work like multiple jobs, the way I get paid for my other job, they take it all out at the end.
Here, this right here.
Does that make sense?
I'm working so many jobs. I'm working
no,
so
I'm
many
just-
hours. You guys don't even understand.
I don't think you have.
Living just enough, because I'm Kimmy.
Hey, I'd like a tax return.
No, but I don't think you have to report side gigs.
Yeah, you
Yeah, you
absolutely.
do.
No.
What are you talking
No,
about?
side. That's why they call it side.
No.
baby. Over here. This is like, see this? Over there.
Do not listen to this man.
No, and it's so funny to me too because I'm surprised every year. Like every year, I'm like, oh, I'll put aside a few paychecks because I know it's coming, and then I'm like, wait a second, what? But it's the same every year.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, I'm going to throw out a theory.
Yeah.
And I think I'm serious when I say this, but you guys also know how bad I am with money. All right? This year, would the smarter thing to do is spend the money on stupid stuff anyways? Despite having all this other stuff you have to pay for?
I think you have to enjoy your life.
I don't think it's that's not what I mean. Hear me out.
Right.
So we got all this tariff stuff going on, right? They're on, they're off. They
Yeah.
could come back, they may not.
All
Who
right.
the hell knows? If the price of imported luxury stuff could be going up in the future,
Yeah.
which the tariffs would do, would the smart thing to be to buy that stuff now before it goes up in price?
Oh yeah, you just answered your own question.
Well, no, okay.
Why would you want to pay more later if you're going to get it now?
I need someone else's opinion because you're also really bad with money, and we have a bad habit of sending each other into a downward spiral.
Let's get it now.
Okay. Like down payment on a car if car prices go up. A laptop if laptop prices go up. Flat screen TV. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Kimmy, is that a stupid way to think?
Like you're spending it before you even have it?
Well, I'm going to spend the
Spend
money.
it before it goes up in price later.
Yes, like I can spend this tax
I
return
gotcha.
on stuff that I need.
Yeah.
But if these tariffs, when they eventually, if they ever
Everything's
get
going to kick up
no matter-
10%.
yeah.
10 to 25%, like
Yeah.
is a smarter thing to do to buy that flat screen TV now, even though the money could be used in better places?
Yeah.
I'm
Again,
talking to
again.
Kimmy. I'm talking to Kimmy.
If it's something you need, then yes.
No, that's not what I don't need. A
Oh, I
flat.
thought you said it's something you need.
Okay.
Well,
But
I
you gotta
thought you
put-
said like a car or something.
walk-
Let's say that's something you need.
All right, let's walk me through this, or walk through this.
Mm-hmm.
With me, all right, let's say I have $10,000 in debt,
Mm-hmm.
and I get a $3,000 tax return. Right now, I could take that $3,000,
Yeah.
put it into my debt, and save a lot on interest payments.
Yeah.
Or I could go out and buy a 70-inch television for like $1,200.
Yeah.
That 70-inch television could be $1,800.
But do you have a TV currently?
Well, yeah, but it's not 70.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not doing it.
It's not a
I mean, I
70-inch
think you
TV.
know the
It
answer
doesn't
to
pop
that
on that
question.
wall.
Well, no, but like you're not.
I mean, you know the answer.
You're
It's whether
not-
or not you want to do it.
But I'm good. Eventually, the TV will be gone, and it's going to be more expensive.
Well, why don't you let it die first?
No, because then I'm
See,
spending
I'm not
more.
right. Yeah. I don't
But you
wanna
could have
wait.
that TV for another 3 years. You
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
it's not as cool. It's getting kind of fuzzy. And another thing is like, let's say, and I used to do this all the time.
Did you say fuzzy? Are you watching
Fuzzy.
television in
Yeah.
1969?
Well, you know how it starts getting fuzzy.
No.
No.
So
You got to
every,
fix your rabbit ears, old man.
every time I paid down credit card debt, let's say I had, to your point, $10,000 of credit card debt,
Mm-hmm.
and I pay that, I get that $3,000, I put it on there, knock that down to 7G. I am going to run that thing back up to 10 grand because then I go, man, I got a little cushion here. I always ran it all the way back up and maybe a little bit more.
I believe they call that girl math.
Oh, all right.
I got the I paid the
Doing
$3,000.
some gymnastics in your head right
Well,
now.
yeah, I got a little cushion now. You know, it's and I always look at it like it was free money, so let's run it up again.
Look, I'm as guilty as you are.
Mm-hmm.
It is astonishing, and I am in this boat that you and I are grown men
Yeah.
with jobs, and one of us has a mortgage.
Mm.
We survive without getting hurt every day, and we have no idea how to use money.
No, and we both had horrible credit. Horrible.
Yes.
Like I'm just glad I had bad credit before they actually scored it, because I can't imagine what my actual score, because that didn't exist. Thank God. Because I can't imagine what negative number I would have. Because the high number is a good one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 8, 7, 8's good.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah.
I had to be a negative. I had to be a negative
I don't think you
4,000.
can
be
be a
negative?
negative. I don't think you can.
I think you could go. I bet you if there's anybody that could have, I nailed it.
So you could go past 0.
Yeah.
My credit was so bad.
How bad was it?
At the same time, when I was 18, I was not allowed to use banks. I couldn't get a debit card, not a credit card. That was even out of the question.
Yeah.
I wasn't allowed to use banks because I had overdrawn my account so far.
What are you, Cuba?
And I wasn't allowed to get a
That's
live.
out of the international banking system.
No, literally, I could not use a bank.
You're like
And-
a rogue state. You're Iran. The Ayatollah had better access to cash than Pat Duffy.
Kimmy did not get that.
It was like Kim Jong-un, the Ayatollah Castro.
At the same time, I was not allowed to use the banks.
Yeah.
I was not allowed to use the library. They took my library card away.
I've never heard of the library
Yeah.
thing.
My library fines were in collection.
Remember we had a buddy, we told this story many times. He wanted a cell phone. When they gave cell phones
Yeah.
way back in the day. They wanted $1,000 deposit from this dude.
Why did they want that $1,000 deposit?
I had some financial indiscretions.
But like we sit here and make fun of this guy. I couldn't use the bank or the library.
Yeah.
Two of the freest, most open things in America.
Yeah.
God. And look, man, if we're this way, other people are this way.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess with this study, if the numbers are legit, again, it being tax day, that only 8% of Americans are saying they're going to spend their tax return on luxury items, this is a good thing.
Yes.
And like,
Shore it up there, America.
is
Tighten it up.
as rough as things may be for folks right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we'll go back to like the COVID times. We always say like when tough times happen, generations change.
Yeah.
Like going back to the Depression.
Oh, yeah.
Your parents carried that stuff, those lessons they
Oh,
learned
yeah.
for the rest of their lives. I mean, maybe it does take a scare like this or rough times like this for people to actually learn how to use money.
Okay, all right. Straighten our asses out.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not saying like, oh, thank God this is happening right now.
But like financially scared straight.
Yes. I mean, but like, yeah, maybe that's one good thing that comes from the uncertainty that we're going through.
All right. Well, I'll be
Maybe?
saving tinfoil. My mother had this obsession with tinfoil.
Yeah.
That they always saved it, and I don't know why.
So they didn't have to buy more?
No, it was like back from the war.
Rations.
What's that?
I think it was rations.
Rations
Yeah.
and wars, and you had to give up all your pots and pans so they could build tanks and everything. But we got plenty of tanks now.
So we got that going for
We got
us.
tanks with jet engines in them. Fine, use the aluminum foil.
Break down the tanks and make more foil.
Yes.
Vote for Tommy. Let's take a break.
Plenty of tanks now.
All right, let's say you want to do like a little luxury stuff for
All
yourself.
right, what you got?
Well, you can go out and get a nice cup of coffee.
Oh, I love me my coffee.
There is a company, which I guess based on the economy, is struggling a little bit. One of the headliners of the coffee game.
Oh,
And the way they believe they're going to help their bottom line
yeah.
is make their employees look a little bit better.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. if you want proof that your boss may be out of touch, this story is it.
What happened?
Well, look, man, there are ways to fix slumping sales at food businesses, right? Introduce new products.
Yeah.
Try and make things a little less expensive. Make the place more fun, a place people want to be. This, however, I don't think matters at all.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8 o'clock this morning, there was an incident on Lyle Ave in the city of Rochester yesterday afternoon.
What happened?
It involves a 10-year-old boy and a hole in the side of a business.
A hole?
We will explain everything, and everyone's okay. Everyone is okay. Here's the thing. From beginning to end, all of this was an accident.
Okay.
But it is such a big deal.
Yeah.
You kind of have to punish this kid, don't you?
He's 10.
But he put a hole in a building.
With what?
I'm going to tell you.
All right.
Just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So did you know Starbucks has been suffering a little bit?
Why? They're on every corner of the country.
Their sales are down.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have 1 billion stores. Can I just sidetrack real quick?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
We were just in Chicago.
Yeah.
They have a 5-story Starbucks. The top floor is a bar restaurant.
Okay.
Where you can get booze and with your coffee. People stopped in front of this Starbucks in downtown Chicago to take their picture in front of it.
Okay.
As a monument, like you're in front of like the Lincoln Memorial.
And you were
the line was nonstop.
And you were saying there's a Starbucks on every floor of the 5-store Starbucks.
Yes, it's a 5-story Starbucks.
Okay. Well, okay. That would be a good idea.
One time I saw a 5-story Starbucks.
But
That had nothing to do with what we were talking.
people were literally stopping and looking at it and taking their picture.
So it was thriving, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, their numbers are a little bit down. And
But they're on every effing corner,
what
man.
do you want from me, man? I wasn't on the stock call.
All right.
They think they have a way to fix it.
Go ahead.
Starbucks is mandating a new dress code for their baristas.
Oh.
But they
Wait,
just have the apron.
No. They're going to give them 2 black shirts from the company. They are going to mandate they either wear jeans or khakis to work.
Don't they already do all this?
No,
I guess
apparently.
I've never noticed because they're behind a counter.
Okay, and that's just it. See?
Because they always got that red apron on.
Isn't it
Green.
green?
Green. Yeah, green.
Are you kidding right now?
I don't
Have you
know.
been going to Tim Hortons this whole time and you didn't know
Wait,
it?
that was a Tim Hortons? They got a 5-story Tim Hortons?
So Starbucks is banking on
What's that?
their numbers going back up based on this dress code. And I, for one, agree. Because I know I choose where I get my morning coffee based on what color T-shirt the person working
Yeah,
is
I don't
wearing.
remember what color the apron was.
We serious right now?
I don't know.
We serious? Declining sales and you're going to make people work there where we put a dress code? If I worked at this place, if I worked at Starbucks, I would be furious. Because there is nothing worse at your job than rules just for the sake of rules.
Yeah.
Especially when you've been used to it a certain way. You know, like it's just changing. You could have worked there for the last 5 years, and all of a sudden now I gotta change and be uncomfortable.
It's possible that people started working at that place because of the lack of dress code. Look, there are some places you need uniform.
Yeah.
Like you go to Wegmans, you need to know who's an employee right away in case you need help. Fine, I get it. Everyone that works at Starbucks, forget the green apron, right? The green apron's a pretty good tell that they work there.
Yeah.
Everyone that works at Starbucks is also behind the counter. I know they work there because they're behind the counter.
That's true.
Seems like enough way to identify who works at Starbucks.
Unless, is this something employees wanted because they don't have to think about what they're wearing every day?
You're giving me 2 shirts?
I know, I don't know.
2 shirts? I got to wash that shirt every other day?
Yeah.
No. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Our sales are down.
Yeah, I don't get how that's going to help.
Give them a dress code. Are there people that get up and go get their coffee and they look at the drive-thru there at Starbucks and they go, I would order more, but that guy's a slob. Shirt on top. Look at him wearing a patterned shirt.
For my $7 coffee?
Trying to think if there's any other like chain coffee places where they have to wear a uniform.
Well, Tim
Or
Hortons
Dunk-
has like a uniform.
I mean, Duncan's
they?
got a...
Do they have a
Duncan
uniform?
Duncan has an actual uniform.
But here's the
Guess you're
thing.
right.
You walked into that job knowing you were going to do it, and
Yeah.
even that I think is silly, right? Like, okay, like the brown polo shirt really makes a difference here for me. Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? Right? If you're a cop, you're a firefighter, you work at Wegmans, put on a uniform. Everybody
But
else,
Wegmans doesn't even have like a really strict uniform.
it's like khaki pants.
But it seems like you've got like room to wear what you want.
Well, no, they
kinda.
they assign you a polo shirt.
But like your pants,
They have to be like dark
No,
colored
yeah.
pants.
they do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they always kind of look different to me.
Are you colorblind?
Yes, I am. I don't see color, Pat. I see people.
of the pants.
Yes, the pants to the people.
Pants to the pants to the people.
Yes. Power to the pants.
Shut up.
The only thing I can think as to why Starbucks would make this move is like people were complaining that, like customers may have been complaining that people were dressed, I don't know, like inappropriately.
No, they also don't want to lower the price of their drinks because if their sales are down, that's why people ain't coming into your joint.
And I would also think, like, why would you give in to that demand?
What kind of dick would you have to be?
Yeah.
To complain?
Oh, there are dicks out there that would complain.
All right. Now, I'm going to tell you what this is.
What's that?
And again, 252 WCMF. Starbucks announces yesterday, due to their declining sales, they're going to issue a dress code at Starbucks. Now, it's not too strict. They're going to give them each 2 black shirts to wear. They're going to mandate solid dark colors and jeans or khakis to wear. But again, how is that going to help you sell more coffee? Kimmy, this is one of these bosses, and we've all had them before, right? You take care of the little things. The big things take care of themselves.
Go be brilliant at the basics.
You got it. So, now, when they show people walk in, they're going to understand we're all one cohesive unit. We're going to take away the creativity. Everyone's going to start mind melt thinking. That's what's going to happen. And then all of a sudden, the numbers go up. Because we are one platoon moving forward. Take the hill.
Like the Army.
God, I hate them. God, I hate those guys.
Yeah, they're all over.
Not to mention, isn't Starbucks supposed to be the more free-thinking, open?
Well, it's supposed to be like a
hipster
cafe.
Yeah.
I think that's
with
what
rules.
I thought they were known for.
And no unions.
This is it. Great point.
Watch your mouth.
Nothing says bohemian like a dress code, right? As I could buy some African saxophone player's CD on the counter. Shut up. I love this job.
Yeah.
It's the best job in the world. If they issued a dress code, I would have a thought about not coming back. That's how much I despise the dress code.
But you do have. But the funny thing is, you and I have self-imposed dress codes. How we dress. You dress a certain way every day, and so do I.
Yeah, but nobody's telling you to dress that way.
But it's almost like I impose my own dress code on myself.
Yeah, you're weird.
But so do you, because you and I basically wear the same style of clothes, unless we're joking around, every day.
I dress comfy.
So do I.
No. You dress like you're going to get a mortgage at the world's worst bank.
But it's still kind of on par.
No, but I'm just dressing comfortably. If they said tomorrow that we had to wear a Stafford shirt, a tie, and a jacket every day to work, I'm out, man.
Oh, for God's
You
sake.
would be out too. You hate wearing a tie.
No, but he's a bitch.
No, but I would get excited to go buy ties, though.
Would you really?
Yeah, I might.
I would think you would be anti this because you think you dress well enough already.
Well, I do.
Wait, did you just say you would be excited to go buy
Yes, he did.
ties?
Yeah, just, check out some ties. I've never been a big tie guy. I don't like things around my neck.
Tommy Tie Tuesday.
Oh.
He'd have all
With
the
my
wacky
walking
ones.
stick.
Why?
Tie and a walking stick.
He's going to start to look like the guy from Jurassic Park. No, I think it might be the Catholic school thing. I had to wear a uniform or a shirt and a tie every day.
I did, too, when I went to all those private schools.
But you embraced it. I went I want no part of it.
Plus, I had to wear a tie when I cut meat.
I think they were just hoping you'd get caught in the grinder.
That does seem like a safety issue.
Yeah, well, they don't do it anymore. A lot of good men.
Let's take a break.
All right.
This young man was involved in an accident. He's okay. Everybody's okay.
Oh, good.
But here's the thing. From front to back, it was an accident. These are things that just kind of happen, right? And every parent has had an issue when they were raising a kid where it's like, oh, my God, I cannot believe that just happened in front of my face. That being said, this was such a big deal yesterday.
Oh, my God.
That it kind of feels like even though this kid did not mean to do anything wrong, you might have to punish him.
How do you do it? What would that be?
I don't know.
Well, you wouldn't look like a dick.
Look, this is the dad in me talking. I know you didn't do anything wrong, really, but...
Well, is it an adult's fault that he did it?
Well, that's the other part of the debate here.
Who's watching the kid?
Oh, here we go.
Where are the parents, Pat?
Here we
Where
go.
are the parents? And what is this costing the city of Rochester?
We will get into it, and we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. But first, I got to tell you about my friends from the Ide family of dealerships.
What's
knowing when and how to punish a kid might be the hardest part of parenting. Because not every major catastrophe involving your kid is on purpose. Sometimes it's just a legitimate accident.
Okay.
Like this was an accident. And everyone is okay. But when your preteen makes the news for something they were involved in, it's not your best day as a mom or a dad. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF right now, you can log on.
Ooh, what are you going to get?
To the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see 38 Special.
Nice.
At the Vine Showroom at Del Lago Resort and Casino, April 25th. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. You must be 21 years of age or older to attend a show at the Vine. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday,
What happened?
the Rochester Police Department were called to a clothing store on Liolab, in the city of Rochester. That's where they found a Jeep Cherokee that had driven into the front of said store
Wow, my God.
after hitting 2 parked cars. But Tommy, this wasn't the case of someone over 80 mistaking the gas for the brake. In fact, quite the opposite.
Who's the wheelman?
Authorities say the kid's mom and another individual had left the 10-year-old in the store when they went in to shop with the car still running.
Wait, so they let the kid in the car.
Left the kid in the car. He's 10 years old,
Right.
and they went in to shop.
Right.
At some point, police say the 10-year-old moved from the back seat to the front seat of the car.
As 10-year-olds will do.
Oh, no.
When he moved, police say he shifted the car into drive, which set off the whole incident.
Okay.
The good news,
All right.
everyone is okay.
Great.
No structural damage to the building. Fine. That being said, putting a hole in a clothing store after clipping 2 other cars can't be cheap.
All right, so let me ask you this.
Sure.
Did he just knock the car into neutral and it rolled in, or was the car running?
It said into drive, it was running.
Yeah, because
Oh.
if he hit 2 other cars, I would think
Okay.
that also.
All right, so they
Yeah.
let the car run with the kid in the car.
You got it. He moved, knocked it into drive, it looks like, hit 2 other cars,
Yeah.
and then drove into the building.
That ain't his fault, man. Ain't his fault, no way.
Ain't his fault, no way.
10, though?
You don't leave a kid in the car running.
I mean,
That's on
10,
the parents,
10
man.
years old, the store's right there. It's right in front of the store. He
Why is,
drove
it,
into
why is the car running? It's a beautiful day. You don't need the heat on.
Maybe a kid was listening to the radio. Maybe he had the break room on. Repeats at 3 o'clock.
Radio's dead. No, that's all on the parents. I ain't busting that kid.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Should the 10-year-old kid be punished for putting a hole in the clothing store? And again,
Yeah.
he did not do anything malicious.
No.
No.
He's a kid. Every little boy wants to sit in the driver's seat.
Okay, but the car's running.
That's even more fun.
Okay.
Like you could hit the gas and
Well,
make
you
that
did.
engine.
Okay. Kimmy,
Yeah.
should the kid be punished?
I mean, I think at 10, you kind of know what you're doing
What a
little
dick.
bit. I mean, I'm not talking like punished by the law,
Yeah,
but
I meant
like you're
parent,
talking
mom,
about like
mom or dad.
parents.
As
yeah,
a
like,
parent, would you punish
I would
this kid?
expect like at 10, my parents absolutely would have at least grounded me, you know.
You're not. There's no punishment you would deal as a father for this
No.
happening. He put a hole in the store.
know.
I mean, you shouldn't leave the kid in the car. The kid should have been. That's all on the parent. That's
Okay.
a bad parenting, Pet.
Okay, for
You
God's
know what the
sakes.
problem is in
What's,
this country?
What's that?
Nobody wants to parent anymore.
No, parenting would be punishing the kid. You don't want to parent. You know what the problem is? You don't want to parent anymore. Okay, look.
Right.
Look. You can make the argument
Yeah,
that leaving the 10-year-old in a running car was a more egregious mistake.
it is.
I would listen to that. And I say that not to take a shot at this mom. Every parent has made a mistake with their kid that led to
Sure,
something
sure,
major
sure.
only after to be like, probably shouldn't have done that. That being said, as a parent, it does kind of feel like you have to punish the kid for their part in
So
the
you're
whole-
saying mom and dad home punishment?
Yeah.
What would that be?
Kimmy?
No car for you?
Well, I'm thinking
Or
like
mine?
the number one thing to take away from your kid is like their access to phone, tablet, TV, whatever that it is that they spend most of their time on.
Okay,
Video
so-
games.
so
Like
you're
I
taking
think
all that
that's
stuff-
the biggest punishment you could give a kid of 10.
Is that too harsh for putting a hole in a clothing store by accident?
You know, it doesn't have to be forever, but
All right,
I
how
think
long?
you got to do minimum a week.
Whole week?
Hard ass Kimmy.
Sucks.
Aren't you the one that yells that kids should be out there running around playing more? Anyway,
Because-
excuse me?
Yes.
Somebody did bring up a good point. They just called. They said, I mean, the kid would have to know to put the car in drive.
No, you could
No,
knock
he
it.
knocked it into drive. That's what the story
Like, if you
said.
got a center shift, you
but
could have
don't
just knocked
you,
it with
like
your
for
leg.
most cars, don't you have to have your foot on the brake? do that?
I think you can still knock
you
it
just
out if
knock
you
it
like
out?
hit it hard enough.
Depends on what year the car is.
So there was a time where I was driving
Yeah.
It was like a year ago. I have a big ass metal water bottle that I keep in my car at all times, to drink out of. And it slipped out of my hand while I was driving. And while I was driving, it knocked the car into neutral, and my foot was not on the brake.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I probably dropped my transmission. Hey, Rich, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Coming out with my car soon. Okay. All right. If you felt like this was your fault, is the better thing to do to take full responsibility in front of your kid, admit you made a mistake,
Almost
show them.
apologize to your kid for putting him in that position.
Is that the better thing to do here?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on how, like, if your kid is physically, like, shaken up from the whole thing.
Then you would.
Which I would think they would be. Maybe you let that slide a little bit more, knowing, like, their embarrassment and their fear alone is kind of getting them, giving them the punishment they need at this point.
Okay. Not a bad take. But here's the thing.
What?
Again, talking about this 10-year-old kid. Yesterday it happened on Lyle Ave around 3 o'clock in the city of Rochester. His mother and another adult went into this clothing store. The kid was in the car. Car was running, according to police. He was in the back seat. He went from the back seat to the front seat. In doing so, knocked the car into drive, hit 2 other cars, and put the car into the clothing store. Now, it was an obvious accident. Nobody was hurt. The building is structurally safe, but this does feel like if your kid makes the news, even for an
it's
accident.
going to make the news. You hit a building.
That's what I mean, though. You put a hole in a building. All right, going back to this whole apologizing to the kid, I made the mistake, whatever. That sounds like a good idea on paper.
Yeah.
But it also matters what kind of kid you have. Because there are kids who, if their parents came to them and said, look, I made a mistake there and I put you in a really bad spot and I'm sorry, they would learn a lesson from that.
All right.
They would see that and grow up to be better people.
What about that other kid?
Well, there are kids that see that as a weakness and use it against you.
All right, so you got to know your kid.
They put that in their pocket and save it for later.
Anytime I admit I made a mistake in front of my 14-year-old, she cannot wait to throw it back in my face.
All right.
Use it as ammunition in parts where it does not apply. There are some kids that I think you have to punish sometimes just to save face for yourself.
Okay, but that's a smart kid, knowing your weaknesses and leveraging that against you.
I think a lot of kids know how to do that.
But that's a smart kid.
Oh, shut up, you pandering bitch.
No, but that's somebody that knows how to get things done.
Okay, so
how to
then-
motivate people and get things from them.
So punish them for no reason?
Yeah.
So then you should punish the kid for no reason and make sure
I
that
can't. There's no way I can punish a crying 10-year-old.
car and you're sitting here. It's so easy to sit in a leather chair when it is not your car.
Very easy, actually.
That has driven through the store while you're shopping with your 10-year-old going, oh no! Like, could you imagine that moment, that mother as she's shopping in the store, and all of a sudden her son is in there with her?
All right, so here's the scenario.
Okay.
I am out with my 10-year-old grandson, just me and him, and I'm running errands. My wife is home. I gotta be take the kid out, little bonding time, and the kid puts the car through the store.
Okay.
That kid is not going to get punished at all.
Oh, yeah.
If I left that kid there in that car running, everybody would light my old ass up, and that golden child would never see a moment of punishment.
You're right.
On the parents, nobody.
You're right, but it's a different scenario.
Why?
Because you are not mom or dad. You are grandpa, and they left you.
What's the difference? I'm still the
You're
adult.
You're not day-to-day care, so I guess
But why am I
it's
getting lit up?
understandable. Because you wouldn't know the kid's.
But I'm saying that kid's
limitations,
off the hook.
All right, let me put it
I
this way.
couldn't go into my wife and go, all right, let's punish him. What are we going to do to this little one? You know what I mean? She's not going to buy that.
I'll give you a sports relate as to why you're the one in trouble here.
All right.
All right. If somebody plays 182 baseball games, baseball player for the Yankees, and he commits 10 errors in a season,
Yeah.
I mean, that's, it happens. You
Pretty
play
good.
182 games, right? Yeah. If you're a part-time player and you play 30 games and commit 10 errors, you're not on that team anymore. You're the 30-game player. You're grandpa. You're a spot, utility infielder here.
So I'm out.
If you make that mistake in the rare times you're hanging out with the kid, yeah, that's your fault.
Yeah,
That's
you
so
should be
unfair.
proceeding with extra caution.
But that's so unfair.
Oh,
that
is it unfair? Oh, no, life's unfair.
You could be slack-ass parent, but I've got to be totally buttoned-up grandpa who doesn't even do it that much.
Again-
It should be the other way.
So you're saying any mistake a parent makes should be punished to the nth of the law? whereas-
And step-grandpa should be the least punished.
Kimmy, I find it so funny, right? That Tommy never having kids, anytime a parent makes a mistake, wants to point out the mistake the parent made. Because all we do as parents are make mistakes. That's all you do.
It's the toughest job you'll ever.
Shut up.
The easiest one to get.
Shut up. The ass kicker of the story
What's
here,
that?
as this 10-year-old accidentally drives a car through a clothing store on Lyle Ave yesterday while his mom was inside the store. Any other week of the year, this doesn't happen.
Oh, because it's spring break
Oh.
for most kids.
That
Yeah,
kid
so
would have
they're
been in
all
school
off school, you're
on
right.
any other Monday, and I think that makes it hurt even
yeah.
more, right? Like that.
Because you
kid-
had to take that kid with you on your errands because he's home. You
Yeah,
can't
you're
leave him
stuck.
home alone.
Yep.
He's
Hey,
right at
think of
that
that.
age where, they're trying to gain their independence, but not quite yet.
And what makes that even more of an ass kicker? That kid is stuck at home until next Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like he doesn't even
But man,
get.
he's got a story when he gets on that bus.
But Tommy, think about this. You don't want to be near your mom after that happened.
True.
He doesn't even get the respite as a 10-year-old boy to go see his friends for a few hours at school each day. You are stuck in that house
Oh.
24/7.
That poor kid.
Smashed up car in the driveway. Mom trying to figure out how she's going to pay for all this stuff that you did.
I feel
Down
bad
the
for him.
road, too, mom isn't going to be your issue. It's going to be dad because you are forever the kid that put the car through a building. So when it comes time to get your license, hey, remember when you're such a bad driver, you put it through a building?
Yeah.
Dad's never going to let you forget that.
Yeah, that'll live with you.
No, you're right. There are some things a kid can do, car or not, that you are remembered for forever. It gets brought up over and over and over
Yeah.
again.
Burning down a shed, things of that nature.
Yes, I would assume that putting a car through a building.
That's a big one.
That would be one of those things that forever and ever and ever they're going to remind you what
Yeah.
you did. Look, I feel bad for the kid.
I feel terrible for this kid.
I do think you have to punish him.
I think we should raise money for him.
For what?
Legal defense.
He's not
Against his
arrested.
parents. I feel bad for the kid.
Okay, here's what I don't understand about you,
Huh.
right? There are stories we do where you identify with the child
Yeah.
and you want nothing done to them.
Mm.
Yet if a 10-year-old were to walk down your street,
Yeah.
you would be suspicious of that punk-ass kid.
Especially what time of day.
Hey, no skid marks on my sidewalk, kid. Take your bike down the street.
You hate kids.
I don't hate kids. I just over there, kids. What? I am compassionate.
No, you're
with
not.
children.
You are not compassionate. It's only when you see yourself in the
Yes.
story. Because
Yes.
if you watch that kid do that after the kid was safe, damn kids out here driving a car, is probably stealing it. Probably one of the Kia boys out there trying to drive. They're down at 10 years old. You know, that's what I heard. Driving around, stealing people's cars. All right, so final judgment then.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the mother is listening, so she will take our final vote in the
right.
room. Tommy, should the 10-year-old be punished?
Give the kid a pass.
No. Kimmy, should the 10-year-old be punished?
Yeah.
Dick.
I'm going to say yes.
I think he also needs
Dick.
punishment. It has been decided.
2 dicks and a compassionate man. That's what they should call this show.
Let's take a break. You know, we mentioned it's tax day today, and how for the first time in a long time, the overwhelming majority of Americans are not spending their tax returns on something fun. They're spending it on necessity.
Yeah.
But there is a way for you to scrounge up a little more money if you're looking.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So these events have started across the greater Rochester area. And for years and years and years, it was just a way to make a couple of more quarters. But now, based on what you got hiding around your house,
Yeah.
there is legit money to be made, as much as you don't want to hear it. And we'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The weather is turning, and you're looking at all the junk in your house.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you can chuck it away.
Yeah.
Or take advantage of a recent phenomenon to make some serious cash. Because just because you look like an idiot
Yeah.
holding on to this stuff doesn't mean people don't want it.
Oh.
And maybe for the first time in history, these things you lay out in your driveway could actually be worth legitimate money.
So I'm making serious coin.
No, legit. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We are 30 minutes away from everyone's favorite break room game.
Ooh, boy.
Where they whine, and there's a very special opportunity today.
What's that?
So for those who are unaware of the radio game, it's spring break this week, which means people's commutes change.
Yeah.
What we call different listening patterns.
Yeah.
So if you are someone that is always listening to Where They Whining and wanted to participate but gets sick of hearing busy signals, today might be your day.
Oh, okay.
Because there will be new people listening.
All right.
And our old stalwart's not there. So this could be your first ever opportunity to actually play.
Damn.
I know. I'm tingling just thinking about it. 30 minutes from now, Where They Whining? Kimmy's got her post. We'll do it just after 9 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
This story starts with a garage sale. Last weekend, the Somerville Presbyterian Church held their annual community garage sale.
Oh, my goodness.
Standard, old school Rochester stuff.
There's all our crap.
But if you go to these garage sales, be it church or neighborhood, over the next few weeks, mixed in with the little old ladies and tinkering men looking for electronics,
Yeah.
will be hipsters. Hipsters
What are they looking for?
looking to do business. Because these old clothes you have are going to make these hipsters a fortune.
Oh.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
this might be the first time in American history where having a garage sale is worth your trouble.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So what do I
Yeah,
have that they
because-
want?
Because it goes beyond even the clothes. Like, people seek out, like, quality antiques and furniture and that kind of stuff, and they'll be happy to take it off your hands. If you think it's junk, they'll see some things that they know they can make money off of.
All right, so let's walk through this, and we'll start simple. If you're a man over 35 that has held on to your clothes, hats, sneakers from over the years, you have stuff that these kids are looking for. They want it.
All right.
They want your dad sneaks.
That's right. And it is really strange, Kimmy, what is wanted right now. Last weekend, I went with my kids to the Lucky Flea Market at the Dome Arena.
Yeah.
NASCAR T-shirts and jackets are huge right now.
So NASCAR's back.
Vintage one.
All right.
Harley T-shirts and jackets are huge with the hipsters right now. Old school bowling shirts were big with the
They're
hipsters.
coming back.
Anything Rochester related, be it Genesee beer, school shirts, jackets, all that stuff, Rochester related.
But it's got to be in shape, right? It can't be all raggedy.
Well, yeah.
But here's the
Can't be
thing.
falling apart.
I mean, falling apart, no, but it doesn't have to be pristine. Like, the more worn it looks, it seems the more that these kids want it.
No, I mean, like, pit stains and
Yeah, I would avoid the pit stick.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. When I say vintage, I know that folks listening have this idea that it has to be from the 70s or 80s. And that's not true. These are kids,
oh,
Gen Z. I was stunned, and I felt very old when I realized that most of the vintage clothing
yeah.
that these kids were grabbing up at the Lucky Flea were from like the mid-2000s.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's not even really vintage.
Well, it is. We're just old now.
I
Oh.
saw one of the booths selling the Von Dutch hats.
Yep.
Never thought those would make their way back again.
Saw that too. By the way, if it says Bills on it from
Yeah.
like the
Oh,
mid-90s
yeah.
to the early 2000s,
That's huge.
double the price of every
Really?
other thing I just
The
named.
Bills.
Huge
There's
right
a
now.
ton of that stuff around.
Well, there was. It's all getting bought up by the hipsters.
All right, so I have a CMF bowling shirt,
Yeah.
black button-down bowling shirt, and I
Yeah.
also have a baseball jersey. How much?
The bowling shirt, I'd probably get $100.
Really?
Yeah. No, you don't want to listen to me. You don't want to listen to what?
No, but I also don't want to wait around for $100. Wait,
Wait around for $100.
I had 2 shirts out of my front yard. Who wants give me $100?
So wait, $100 for that bowling shirt wouldn't be worth it for you.
It would be worth it, but that's all I got. I only have
That's-
2 shirts, so I'm out. I can't have a yard sale of 2 shirts.
Plus, I mean, what 7-year-old girl would want a CMF bowling shirt? I mean, that's about the size,
What are you saying?
right? That you're a tiny, tiny human.
Oh, like
being.
from a distance?
You kind of look like a
Yeah, that joke
pathetic,
does not
worn-out,
die.
not funny comic. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
I can't remember.
Great show we're doing here. All right, so here's my question.
What?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. With the knowledge that this stuff that you've had just laying around,
Yeah.
junk, collecting dust, may actually be worth your time. How much cash, Tommy, would you have to put in your pocket to make a 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturday
Wait.
garage sale worth it.
All freaking day.
That's
Yeah, that's
normally
usually how it works.
Thank you.
What? Have you never set up a garage sale?
Yeah,
in your
we
life?
did in blue because we did it for like 2 days. And then we had people coming back 3 days later banging on the door.
How much money would you have to put in your pocket to make a 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturday garage sale worth it?
Under the T.
Yeah, it's all cash.
It had to be at least a G.
$1,000.
Man.
Sold.
Your
Yeah.
expectations are high.
What a spoiled ass bitch.
Why? How much am I going to get?
Well, I don't know. I would say most people for $300-400 would.
300
Oh,
bucks.
I don't even know if
I
you
gotta
get that.
bust my ass, and then I gotta haul it all out, haul it back in. Hope the weather's good for 300 bucks.
You're telling me you don't think the average person, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, for 6 hours would take $300? That's $50 an hour.
But I thought like this stuff was worth something.
Yeah, $300 is a lot of money.
I ain't doing it.
Kimmy, what's the minimum number to work a 9 a.m.
She's
to 3
worse than
p.m.
me.
Saturday garage sale?
She wants it
Oh.
all.
No, I mean I didn't.
Like Bogey and McCall?
Yes.
Like $150, I would think would be a nice afternoon for
Fucking
you.
a half.
That's $25 an hour.
What, you gonna go blow it down there at the
No,
beer bar?
I remember doing helping my parents do this as a kid. They do like a whole neighborhood one,
Oh, those
and like
blow.
they'd be lucky to get like $50-$60 out of it all.
What's it? It's not worth it.
It's worth it.
It ain't worth it, man.
$1,000 in 6 hours would be, carry the 4, like $150 an hour.
But you're
if you
telling
have,
me
like,
I got
one
shirts
good-
worth $100.
You got one shirt worth $100.
No, I got two.
Okay, I don't know what the baseball jersey goes.
Oh,
for.
you know what I got too? Oh, I got some.
What you got?
I still held on to this baby.
What?
I got that leather CMF jacket, that biker jacket.
Bro, yeah, that would probably go
Yeah, it
for a
would,
fortune.
That's a minimum $400.
In all seriousness, with all the CMF stuff you have,
Or sorry,
I
$600
don't
bucks.
even know
why
if
not
it-
go down to the Lucky Flea Market and set up a stall?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that and talk to these idiots.
What?
You see, so you and your buddies can get in there and mock my ass.
Yes, but you'll also make money.
No, here,
deal, man.
I think you think it would go a certain way, but you would start like those kids would think you're really cool,
No, they wouldn't.
and
They
they'd
don't know
want to
me.
know more about the stuff you're selling, and you would be happy to go on and explain it to them and talk their ear off.
So if
about
there's a
it.
good story, can I drive the price up?
I don't know. You can do whatever you
Why
can.
I can
not?
just lie my ass
Try
off
it.
about
You're
it.
a terrible salesman. You've admitted this on the air.
Well, you see, the kids, this is quality leather made in fill in the blank place.
See, I used
I
to
don't
be
even know where
attached.
leather comes from.
I used to be attached to a successful radio show where they gave us stuff. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. With these church and neighborhood garage sales kicking off this season with the weather turning, this may be the first time in American history where it is worth it to do a garage sale, not just to get rid of your junk, the stuff
Yeah.
that you have in your house. This vintage market has exploded. We talked about records yesterday. If you got that kind of stuff, it's selling.
Oh boy!
You have people making you offers for your CMF stuff right now on Twitter.
Well, drive it up. Drive it up. I'll give you a cut.
Like-
They can hear you.
Under the T.
What's the offer? What do we got?
Somebody offered $50 for the bowling shirt,
Get out of here with your $50 raggedy dollars.
but other people are asking what you want for it.
That says it's $100.
I'm just.
$400 for the leather jacket. I'll bundle it all for $600. You can have all three for $600. That's a deal.
Okay, look, I'm with you.
But
I don't want to have a garage
it
sale.
sucks,
The
man.
juice has never been worth the squeeze
No.
for me.
And you got to talk to people. You got to be nice to them.
But here's the thing.
What?
My wife has this bad habit.
Mhm.
She is convinced for some reason that the junk we do not want will be cherished and fought over
Yeah.
by some stranger.
Mm.
Right? Because, like, look, it's not just that 6 hours you're putting in up front
Yeah.
or during the day. There's time that goes in up front where you got to get everything together.
Yeah.
You got to price everything.
And you got to like
right?
stage it, make it look nice.
You don't, I guess.
My wife stages.
Okay. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to figure out. Like, I think $300 would be worth it enough for me to go sit there for a couple hours, but I don't know how many hours goes in to
You also
like preparing the garage.
It takes
also have to-
forever.
prepare yourself for people to tell you that your stuff's not worth it. And I don't know if I think there are a lot of people that are surprised when that happens and they get a little bit offended.
But it's your junk.
I know.
Yeah, but you do. But it's your junk.
Yeah.
And she's right.
Yeah.
And there's so much prep time that I because when my wife and I moved in together, you know, we were combining two homes, so
Yeah.
we were sold some stuff, right? Like,
Yeah, like she had furniture and chairs, and you had.
I had all those jazz figurines, right? I had the Simpson characters.
You're right. You're right about that.
You know, I had some stuff I couldn't sell because it was dirty. What do you think I get for that?
Shut up.
They get $100.
What were you saying before? You forgot. You're gone. It's over.
So the prep time, we had to go and get tags
Yeah.
to tag everything.
Yeah.
Then we had to determine what we were going to price it at. Then we had that morning, we had to pre-stage it the night before. And then the next morning, it was my job to open up the garage and set it up. And then there were idiots out there walking around. I opened up the garage. There was 2 women in our driveway waiting, and we hadn't done anything yet.
A ton of prep, so your calculation of what you're earning per hour is way down.
Oh, I thought you meant your comment was going to be about the squirty porn.
And unless you have some high-ticket items and you're just selling $1 and $5 things, you don't make anything. Every time we've had a garage sale, we swear we'll never do it again. But the best thing we've ever done is the last 2 or 3 hours of the garage sale, everything's free. You take the things out that you don't want, and everything else is free. And you don't have to lug half the stuff to Goodwill or wherever you're going to take it.
Okay, but here's the thing. I realized that when I loved garage sales as a kid because I got to buy stuff.
Well, yeah.
Which is not normal. Mm-hmm. I just always waited those out, Lori. I knew you were going to be
just
free.
Just go there late.
Yeah, I'm not. You're not getting my $1. I'm coming back later, and I'm taking that guitar missing 3 strings. So how you like that? You cost yourself money with your so-called brilliant scheme, Lori.
If I did it often, people would catch on. I just do not do it often. And we had one 2 summers ago, and all 3 of us that did it together said, we'll never do this again. It's not worth the work.
Lori, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Lori's she's talking you out of it.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Between all the stuff that we have.
You got stuff that you're ridiculous.
Well, if you have kids, right, you probably have so much stuff that
you
they've
got a
grown out
warehouse.
of, don't use anymore.
I'm just talking radio stuff that we've accumulated over the years.
Yeah.
If we were to buy a stall at the Lucky Flea for one weekend, we would clean up.
I got a whole chest of this stuff.
Okay, so let's go. What are you waiting for? And we'll split it 3 ways. Your stuff.
I got rare stuff, too.
Like what?
Super rare stuff.
Like what? Good radio?
Yes. No, none of that.
What would your booth be called? The kiosk?
Yeah, the break room kiosk. Yeah. Look, we're already
Uncle
making
Tommy's old-time radio paraphernalia.
Squirty porn
sauce.
You know what bothers me too? I'm sorry, Kimmy.
It's okay.
If he were to go to the Lucky Flea, which he refuses to do.
Oh, he would appreciate so much of this. He might not buy anything, but he'd like to look at it.
Oh, man, remember this? Oh, man, remember that? Oh, man. And he'd bore some 20-year-old Gen Z kid. So when I was your age.
Are humidors coming back, like cigar humidors and stuff like that?
I haven't seen those. I don't know. Why, you have some?
Yeah, remember I got one for my retirement party.
Don't sell the humidor they just gave you as a gift.
No, but it says
when did you
CMF 30.
retire?
It says CMF 30 years on it.
He retired 10 years ago.
What do you mean your retirement party?
It was the roast. He calls it his retirement party.
It's like a retirement party. Well, I'm never going to get a retirement party. I just call it a retirement party. I'm old.
Okay.
I'm not going to be around much longer. So
you want to give it away before you're even done?
No, I'm not giving it away.
At least wait until you're actually done.
What do you think I get for that?
They went out of their way to have that specially made for you.
Will
you shut up?
We're just talking.
Will you
here.
shut up?
What can I get for that?
Okay. With all of this being said, right, it may be the first time in American history where a garage sale is worth it.
Yeah.
Everyone does love rifling through other people's crap.
But here's
right?
the problem. There's a big problem here with this whole concept.
What's that?
Now that you said your stuff is worth something, everybody's going to jack up the price. So the guy who thinks he's going to score those vintage jeans for $5 and flip them at the flea for $50.
Yeah.
Well, now you've probably jacked up that price to $35, so that guy's not going to make any profit.
It's already happened, actually, Kimmy. I don't know how many thrift stores you go to. My kids love thrift stores.
But the price has got to be
it's high.
Ain't so
at the thrift
thrifty
stores.
anymore.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying the thrift store prices have already gone up because they're now accounting for people reselling
What they
stuff.
pay
Yeah.
them.
So
everybody's in on the game now.
Yeah, but you're still saving money compared to buying it either new or you're getting one-of-a-kind unique stuff that you can't buy anywhere else.
Yeah.
I wonder, and I remember this happening as a kid whenever we do the neighborhood garage sale. How much stuff you end up accumulating because you see stuff in your neighbor's yard that you think is cool.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Because at the end, who knows how much you're really making? Because I even remember as a kid, I'd be like, hey, so-and-so's selling that toy that I've always wanted. I'm going to go grab that for $10. And then in the end, you end up bringing in more junk.
Yeah, you just recrapped. Which I think was one of the videos in Squirty Box.
Well, it's interesting you bring this up. Chris B. writes us on Twitter. Tell Tommy I'll give him $50 and a squirty porn for his cigar box. God. I really think it would be a good idea for us to get a stall for one weekend at the Lucky
And do
Flea.
a CMF blowout.
Well, I don't know. Do you want that stuff?
No,
Well,
it's just
we
sitting
used to
on a
have
box.
more stuff in here, but they cleaned it all out. We had a cabinet full of stuff.
Yeah, but that was.
Yeah,
we
we
could have
couldn't-
just said, we could have taped up the cabinet, mystery cabinet, $100, everything in it's yours.
Might have been a
would've-
dead intern in there.
We would have been arrested for selling multiple things in the cabinet. Inside that cabinet, I'm making this up,
What do we have?
resided those brownies that were like pop brownies
Oh, yeah,
15
but-
years too early.
My God, those things had to be so out of date.
Anal bleaching cream
A legit thing.
was
yes.
in there. And then
Expired for sure.
Expired beers.
Yep. And 5 copies of Nailin' Palin, the John
porn.
McCain, Barack Obama, Sarah Palin
3-way.
pornography
Yeah.
that was produced during the, 2012 election?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So quality
2008.
stuff.
Yeah. 5. Why did we have 5 Nailin'
It's
Palins?
before I got here.
I also have a bathrobe from the Bunny Ranch that guy sent me.
That guy's dead.
Yeah, but that robe is pristine.
The point I'm making is it's a collector's item now. Why did you keep the Bunny Ranch robe?
Because the guy sent it to me. It's a nice robe. I've
When
never
a-
worn it.
When a high-class pimp sends you a robe, you don't throw that away.
And it says it's got a dirty thing on it.
Did you ever look up how much that might be worth?
Well, it's personalized. So I don't know. Because he had it embroidered for me.
Okay, now people are making offers on everything. What are we doing now, QVC? Be dialing. I got 15 Joe DiMaggio rookie cards. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Look, you need to make some money now.
Yeah.
Because if you want to send something via USPS mail,
The post office.
it's going up.
Yeah.
Did you see this story?
Yeah, everything's going up.
Shut up. I will give you each $1 if you could tell me, without Googling in the break, what a stamp costs now.
Right now. Okay.
Because there are people that are upset, and I'm positive that those upset folks are unaware what it costs them to send a letter at the moment. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you, Everything costs more, Tommy.
Everything's going up.
This is proof of it.
Yeah.
Because, look, this is not a big deal, but it's a big deal. And it is funny because this went from not mattering for like 15 years to all of a sudden being a very big deal out of nowhere.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, Where Are They Whining? Coming up in just a little while. Sit tight.
Well, I'm ready, buddy.
Shut up.
Snap.
It's not even worth you talking anymore.
Oh, really?
Just skip Tommy. Oh, he failed again. Keep it moving. It's like high school all over again. Where They Whining?
Yeah.
Coming up just after 9 here in the break room on CMF. It was announced yesterday.
Good announce.
The price of stamps will be increasing.
Damn.
All right, here's what I asked you guys going into the break. Do either of you have any idea what a stamp costs right now?
I could take a shot.
Go nuts.
35 cents.
30. You said 35?
Yeah.
Okay, Kimmy?
I know we've done this before, but I want to say it was closer to 50 cents.
50 cents?
Both of you are so old and sad. A stamp costs 73 cents.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, what?
Where are you sending it? Overseas?
You couldn't think of an overseas city, you dumbass? Any city in the world that was not America. Because I saw you pause to think of a city.
Wait, what? What's a big city overseas?
London?
Istanbul.
Okay. Constantinople?
Is that a city?
It's the same city. Doesn't matter. Look.
Wait, they named a city two names?
Even
like
though
New York?
was once New Amsterdam. Yes, a stamp currently costs 73 cents. It will be going up to 78 cents. But if you're looking to send your packages 5 cents less, don't worry. You have until July 13th to buy those forever stamps. Or you can lock them in at the low price and they last forever no matter what. It is a little mind-blowing that it's 73 cents for a stamp. But I guess everybody feels this way as they get older.
Yeah, probably.
I can't believe you guys 35 cents, you old bastard.
I can't think of the last time I bought stamps. It's years ago.
Yeah.
But we just talked about your wife sending thank you notes.
But she buys the stamps because I don't mail anything out.
Okay.
Like everything I pay online, so I don't pay any bills. I ain't sending anybody a goddamn letter or a birthday crap.
Kimmy, can you Google what year a stamp was 35 cents? Because I bet you're 25 years off.
You think it was like 1977?
That's like 50 years, you idiot.
Wait, that's like 50 years ago?
Constantinople,
Would you say 35 cents?
35 cents. That was his guess.
I think that's the last time I remember what stamps cost.
I'm going to guess that was 1999.
It might have been the Elvis stamp.
This can't be right. Hold on.
Okay, Kimmy's on it. All right. So what's funny about stamps and postal price,
Yeah.
it went from not mattering for years and years and years and years to all of a sudden the last couple of years mattering again. Because I would assume if the price of stamps is going up, the price of shipping anything is going to go up,
sure.
right? And we went from we got email, we don't need letters anymore, to now almost most of the stuff we buy is coming via shipping.
Yeah, everything's getting delivered.
So, like, if the cost of shipping goes up, the cost of your products are going to go up.
Okay.
And I would also make the assumption, if I'm wrong, tell me, that if the Postal Service raises their rates, it allows FedEx and UPS to do
Amazon,
the same thing,
well,
right?
Amazon,
They don't.
it's built in.
Yeah, if you got Prime.
But sometimes Amazon uses the post office to drop stuff off.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works.
I mean, it's America working.
I guess.
So is this part of that whole they're changing the post office so things now cost more, or is this just standard price of stamps is going up?
Oh. I just thought, because they're coming up short. I thought, the post office is, losing money.
Yeah, but it's a government agency. It's kind of supposed to.
Right.
Yeah.
But I thought they wanted to stop that.
Okay, but, you do that and you charge what it's supposed to be, then, now it's going to cost you $25 to send something via UPS or FedEx.
Yeah.
Problem, kept those prices down.
Okay.
All right, Kimmy, what do we got?
So stamps rose to 37 cents in 2002.
Okay, close enough.
Because I was going to say, I remember buying them for our wedding thank yous, and they were around 50. So back in 2019, they were 55 cents.
So in a matter of 6 years,
Yeah.
stamps have gone up a quarter.
Yep.
So I think in my lifetime, I think stamps at one point were 5 cents.
Yeah, I believe
5 to 10 cents.
Yeah, you're old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But people bitched. People probably bitched like crazy when it went from 5 to 10
Yeah,
cents.
1963, it went from 4 cents to 5 cents.
5 cents!
And then in
But it's got Kennedy's
1974,
face on it. Communist.
Not then, it wouldn't have, stupid. You have to be dead to be on a stamp.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. You
Wait.
didn't know that?
No.
You have to be dead to be on a stamp.
Oh, I did not know that.
You want to know how I know that?
Yes.
Yogi Berra's son is a big stamp collector, and he wanted his
The
dad's
fact that you know that is shocking. The fact that you know the hobby of Yogi Berra's son.
you don't have to be dead to be on a US.
That's not true.
Oh, no, Yogi Berra's son said it was true.
Maybe just everybody that's been on one has been dead.
No,
but
maybe
I don't
someone
think
who's
you
alive
have
on
to
a
be.
stamp. No, I thought you had to be dead to be on a stamp.
You might not have to be.
Yogi Berra's son lied to me.
Because Betty White just got hers after she died. You're
Okay,
right.
they dropped that rule like 10 years ago.
So it's kind of right.
All right.
F you,
John Kennedy.
Jim Berra.
Yogi Berra's son, Joe.
Why did they change that rule?
I don't know. So maybe somebody wanted to put somebody on it that was still alive.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Could you Google who was the first living person on a stamp? Is that still like okay, I know it's an honor. Is it still a big deal?
Probably not anymore.
Well, no, I'm asking.
Because nobody uses stamps anymore. Like, that was a big deal at one point, but now, no.
But I didn't think anyone bought like those face stamps to actually use them. I thought they bought them as like collectors.
Well, yeah, like the Elvis stamp, because it was,
Yeah, it was a scam by the U.S. government to get people to buy stamps and not use them so they could collect the money.
Because they probably did, like, the NASA ones, too. Like, when the guys landed on the moon, the tragedies. There's probably, like, tragedy stamps.
Do they have tragedy stamps?
Why not? They're dead.
I've never-
According to you, they get in.
No, but
There's a
normally,
whole...
normally you're honoring people who pass. It's not like you're getting Kennedy's worst headshot ever.
No, you could get that one special order.
Shut up. Shut up.
You get the Oswald. You get the whole collection.
Why would they put Oswald on a stamp?
Well, because he's dead. According to you.
No, you're being honored. They don't put bad people on stamps.
Oh, yes, they do.
Really? Mm-hmm. Must have missed that one. The
No.
Muley stamp, the Mike Muley stamp.
There might be some that were so legendary that they got in.
Who?
Bonnie and Clyde.
No. You don't
Machine
even know
Gun
what they
Kelly.
look like. You don't even know what they
Yes,
look
I
like.
do. They
What
look
are
like this. Oh. Shot. I'm shot. I'm still talking.
Gimme, who was the first living person to be put on a stamp?
I don't know. I'm getting conflicting answers, but this says living people have been shown on U.S. stamps more than 75 times.
Oh, my God, that's a crap load.
What is going on here,
I don't
people?
know.
I'm
That's
trying
like a bleacher of
I
famous
got to do
people.
some more research
All right,
because it's a little confusing.
Thanks for nothing. 252 WCMF. The cost of stamps at the post office going up from 73 cents to 78 cents. That's going to be happening on July 13th. So you have your chance to go get your stamps cheap now. What would it take?
Yeah.
Have you ever bought a stamp to like collect it because someone was on it?
No.
Never.
No.
Is there someone that could be put on a stamp where you would go buy
or
that stamp?
something.
Like a joke. A funny joke one, maybe, but that'd be it.
You love Johnny Carson.
Oh, Johnny Carson I would take seriously because he's an American icon.
You'd buy the Johnny Carson stamp?
Yes.
Nerd ass bitch.
Yeah, but
Oh,
that's-
check out my stamp collection with Johnny Carson in front of it next to my Oswald stamps that I had made because I'm a weirdo.
I would buy, like, somebody cool and famous.
Somebody cool
Well,
and famous, like Elvis?
Elvis is very cool.
You don't
and
have an Elvis stamp?
No, I don't. But let's say somebody I admired or something like that.
Like an astronaut.
No.
yeah.
There's multiple
Oh, yeah.
astronauts.
There's
what I'm
got to
saying.
be.
Oh, like Katy Perry. Katy Perry stamp.
Oh, yeah, she's an astronaut now.
And she's alive, and Kimmy just told me that they put living people on stamps now. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I can't think of anybody right now that I would think deserves a stamp.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty of people.
But deserves a stamp, like a famous
There are
person.
a lot of people that have done some really amazing things that we don't even know about.
Well,
that
yeah, but I'm
deserve
saying,
to be
like-
on a stamp.
But like known people like Elvis and people like JFK.
What if they made a rule, as soon as you are done being president, every living president gets a stamp? Would you be okay with that?
No.
No?
No, because some presidents go bad.
Okay, well, yeah, down the road.
So you wait.
You-
Like your point, like don't name a bridge after people because they might go bad later.
No, you're right, but it's not like the stamp is going to exist forever, and I
Yeah,
have to like
it's usually
drive over the
limited.
stamp
It's the
every day.
Bill Clinton stamp. It licks you.
Oh, we're nailing this show if it was in 1994. Talking,
Keep it away from your daughter.
We're talking stamps and Bill Clinton. There was an Oswald reference dropped in there. Johnny Carson stamp.
You brought him up.
Yeah, because you're so old, that's the only person I can think you would want. I mean, they make a fortune on presidential stamps.
Oh, sure. Maybe they do. Maybe every president does that. Maybe there's got to be a Reagan stamp.
I don't know.
The Beatles have been on a stamp, according to Google.
Wait, you don't have to be American to get an American stamp?
No.
What the hell are these rules? It's all cockababy. Okay.
All right. Okay. So if you collect your rock stamps, you look really cool. You look like a real rocker with your stamp collection.
It is that time.
What time is that?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I will say this, and listen clearly.
Yeah.
It's spring break for the kids, which means listening patterns for folks that normally listen to the show
Yeah.
are different.
Okay.
So there are folks that are normal callers here that will not be calling today because they got stuff going on with
They're
the
being responsible for a change.
The reason I bring this up
Playing a
is
game where there's no prize.
I hear a lot
Yeah.
when we go out and do events
Yeah.
that folks want to play where they whine. but they get sick of sticking on hold
Yeah.
for as long as it takes because everyone's trying to get in. Today is your day.
All right.
With everything all different, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You can guarantee your shot in right now with 3 phone lines open, 2 guys already waiting.
All right.
Is today the day you finally get through and play the world's easiest, hardest, most hate-filled game? We find out next. Where they whining here in the break room on CMF. about that time, buddy.
Let's do it, buddy.
And we've already got some new faces, I see.
Good luck.
Maybe not. I mean, today is your day. If you've never played Where They Whine It before, you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It is spring break. And in the business, we understand that means people's driving patterns change.
Okay.
Their listening patterns change because the kids are home, and your kids should not be listening to this garbage. It is straight, hot, flaming garbage. So that means there will be some regulars who will not make it in today. You could take their place.
All right.
The phone number is 252-WCMF. Not now, actually, because the phone lines are jammed up
All right.
because there's so many people excited. If you have never played the game before, here's how it works. Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood apps that you guys send her. We appreciate you doing that. She takes it. She removes the street names and town references. But despite that, there are still enough in there, little clues, where you can figure out where they whine.
How do I do that?
Well, you listen.
I have to listen.
And then you call us when a phone line opens at 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
So don't jump too early. Hear the whole piece.
Look, you do whatever you want to do. You have
No, I think you're right. You got to be patient.
you have somehow removed yourself from the equation of this game altogether. You're like Derek Carr, where at one point, like, you were semi-impressive, and now there's nothing left.
Now you just wear eyeliner for no reason.
I don't know. Who's Derek Carr?
Quarterback, NFL, Raiders. Now he's with the Saints.
Oh, okay.
He's could be out all season because of his shoulder.
Oh, gotcha.
Great talk. Kimmy, are we ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do the damn thing.
Webster! Hilton! Erotically! Where they whining?
Warning, do not hire blank to watch your house or pets in any capacity or any amount of time.
Can I call a timeout?
Sure.
Is this a person or a business?
This is a person.
Okay,
They
thank
name up. I took the person's name out.
Okay, thank you.
Got it.
Shut up.
Done.
I mean,
Shut up.
maybe it's the name of their business, but it's looks like a name.
Okay.
This locust will clear your home of all food and beverage. We were away on a cruise for a week, and this person came highly recommended from a neighbor, so we hired him to stay at our house for 5 days and watch our 2 labs. I want to first say,
Thank you for making
I know.
the number 2 at my face.
That dog reference is key.
okay.
Shut up.
I want to first say that we definitely should have done some more research, but we were a bit crunched for time because we had our normal girl cancel on us due to a death in her family. We did a walkthrough with this man before we left for vacation. He was great with our dogs and seemed nice enough. They don't require much other than being fed and let outside a few times a day.
Yeah, that's what dogs do.
Why are
you
you-
don't have to like teach them any like math.
We have reached the point where Tommy's yelling
Yeah,
at
I know.
a post.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Feel free to comment later. We felt comfortable enough to leave our home in his hands. He was also reasonably priced and on par with most dog watching services. I'll skip ahead to 5 days later. We hadn't heard from him while away, so we assumed no news was good news. When we returned home, everything looked normal until we checked our fridge, cupboards, and pantry. Entirely cleaned out. We told him to help himself to some groceries, but not every single food item. We also have a garage fridge filled with a variety of soda, beer, and canned cocktails. All of it
Canned
was
cocktails.
all of it was wiped out.
What does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you.
Had to be.
Ow.
Will you let her read, please?
All of it was wiped out. Had to be $300 to $400 worth in total.
$400.
I also realized today that some spices are missing from the rack. We had already paid him ahead of time, so it's all
He's
a
stealing
loss.
saffron?
We're out of turmeric. I don't even know what we do with it.
I love how we both had a rare spice ready to go.
We'd already paid him ahead of time, so it's all a loss
Oh.
at this point. But please pass this on so he doesn't do the same to someone else.
All right, phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. That is a long-ass post.
Very
It
long,
is.
but a lot of tells in there.
Oh, please tell me what the tells are,
Okay.
tell boy.
So you got going on a cruise.
Thank you.
Nice. And that at cruise, there's very many levels of cruise.
There are very many levels of cruise.
No, there's
Jimmy.
like, there's a high end and, you got your busted low end, right?
Yeah.
And 2 labs. Those are expensive dogs.
Can be.
Right. But you also have you have a garage fridge full of canned cocktails.
What is a canned
I
cocktails?
can't wait to hear your take on this.
What's that?
What the canned cocktails doesn't narrow anything.
Very, very, very
They're the
popular.
most popular.
Oh, everybody's buying them right now in a certain area of town.
So tell me where that area of town is,
So
buddy.
these are people that, for where they live,
Mm-hmm.
are quite affluent.
But
But you west side affluent.
Yeah?
Because this post came from Why You Lie, Chai Lai.
Okay.
This is Chai Lai. These are rich Chai Lai people.
Okay. By the way,
you Chai Lai rich.
Chai Lai-
you got a lot of Chai Lai
rich?
cash.
Chai Lai is more affluent than you think it is.
I am agreeing with you.
Stupid.
There are pockets of money
No,
in Chai Lai.
you confuse Gates and Chai Lai.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I go to Chai Lai every week with Bill Gray.
You think Gates and Chai Lai, because of the school districts, are the same thing,
Well-
even though Chai Lai is in like 3 other school districts also. Churchville Chai Lai, Wheatland Chai Lai, Gates Chai Lai.
You're producing the same kid.
Okay, you're not actually. By the way, why is that a problem?
I'm not saying anything. I just say
They
what
got
I
me
said.
saying
I
things that
know,
aren't
yeah.
true.
I was going to say, careful over there.
All right.
I'm so Chai Lai.
All right, so here's the thing.
It's West Side.
Age is what matters here. Because if this is a couple under the age of 50, I believe they are West Side. Because younger folks on the West Side will
House
go
full
on
of
cruises.
food.
Okay.
Good food, too.
No, but
Get to my
here's-
house, I ain't got no good food.
Here's the thing. This is why I think we might be going east of the river. If it's an older couple going on a cruise, that's an affluent cruise trip.
Well, yeah, they're going on a fancy cruise.
They got 2 dogs. They don't mention anything about kids. They already had someone ready to watch their house and had a backup, which means
Right.
everyone in their neighborhood has a house watcher, which is not a common West Side thing.
No, but these could be old
Also-
Kodakers.
Also, were there 90?
No, they could be in their 60s. They could be my age. I could have been a Kodaker.
No, you couldn't have.
I said the way I steal. I would have been branch manager.
Also, I find it funny, like they talk about their house was like all the food's gone. If it's like an older couple, they don't keep food in the house anyway, right? It's like the guy made himself a sandwich. All our food is gone. I'm going East Side here.
Where are you going?
It's not the highest of high, but I still think it's. I'm going to say Fairport.
That's high end.
Well, no, not for folks that would have bought this house years ago. That's what you got to think here.
I don't think Fairport you're allowed to have a fridge in your garage. Seriously.
Shut up.
No, I'm serious. I think it's against ordinance.
No, because like you in your head have this like 1950s fridge that has been around, right? Since like,
Well, you
Grandpa,
always put the
Grandpa
cruddy
fought
one.
for the Italians and nobody talks about that anymore.
Yes.
Right?
But it's nobody puts their nice refrigerator.
There are people that go buy refrigerators for the garage. It happens.
All right.
That's what I'm seeing here.
All
Nice, white, pure garage. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like,
Yeah, the fancy one.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I'm going Fairport.
All right, good luck with that.
Bro, you haven't won in over a year. I'm not listening to you.
It ain't no goddamn Fairport.
All right, it ain't no goddamn Fairport. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. First of all, we had a winner last week. Jeremy won for the first time ever.
Wait, is
Oh,
that
it was Jeremy.
Jeremy, our Jeremy?
No, not our. Yeah, our Jeremy, stupid.
Okay.
He won?
Yeah, he won
Yeah.
for the first time ever. Did you
forgot it
participate
was
in
last
this
week.
show?
Well, he's so jerky all the time. I never.
No, remember he was in a really bad mood, and we're like, maybe that helped
Oh.
his mood.
He picked
Yeah.
Rockport, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he's always in a bad mood.
All right, so Jeremy won last week. If he scrounges himself up, he has to pick last.
All
All
right.
right, so, and one rule only.
What's that?
You get one pick. If you are on hold and you hear someone else say the town you were going to name, you got 2 options. Hang up the phone, try again next week. We will not be bothered.
Yeah.
Or pick a different town.
All right.
If we answer the phone and we say, and you say, I was going to say, but then I went, you have been disqualified, and the commissioner makes all final calls. Are we ready?
Of course I'm ready.
252-WCMF, let's start with a man who just bitches and moans. I never get to go first. Armand's on CMF. Hey, Armand, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. Damn, I got to go first. That's crazy.
Shut up. No,
but-
after you were bitching last week, I don't want to hear you. Oh, no, I got to go first.
Hey, I should have every right to go first. 1 week, Kimmy hung up on me. Then I went third. And then this week, I'm trying to listen to the post, and Duffy just won't shut up.
I won't shut up. He wouldn't shut up.
Yeah, you're right, Armand. Tell him.
The
Although I didn't hang up
only
on you.
part of the
Lies.
post I caught was that they had 2 labs. So
All
I'm
right,
going Hilton.
you're bitching about us wasting time. You've been on the air
He
for
just made
60
his pick, and you
seconds.
talked over his pick.
Yeah,
You're
I don't
proving
care.
his point.
What's your pick, Armand?
Hilton.
Hilton. Why Hilton?
Semi Royal. It's not. They didn't say anything about having kids, and I got a couple of friends that live out in Hilton, and that's what I'm going with.
I don't hate that. Now that I'm like doing
That's
the
a
math.
country ass pick.
You got 2 labs. You need a lot of space with 2 labs.
No, you don't. You need a yard.
Semi
What do you need?
Royal,
Acreage?
And
In a herd.
you gotta have a good neighborhood, So I'm going Hilton.
All right, Armand, we got you for Hilton. Great talking to you, buddy.
All right.
Yep.
Shut up. Bye, Armand. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Patrick. Patrick, where they whining?
I've had a bit to think about this. I'm gonna go Webster on this one
Why Webster?
because I feel like I feel like you got to have some money to have somebody at your house for 5 days to take care of your dogs.
Okay.
Especially to go on a cruise nowadays. My wife's parents goes on cruises all the time. They are expensive as hell.
Really? I thought they were
So-
going the opposite direction after COVID, like kept everybody off the cruise ships.
Or, I mean, maybe it's just something that I can't afford. Who knows?
Okay.
No, but you go to those fancy old people ones where you just look at like mountains and castles.
Oh, where it's called overboard just in case? All right. So you're going to go Webster, Patrick?
Yes, sir.
All right. We got you for Webster.
All right.
I don't hate that one either.
That's it. I mean, that kind of fits the bill.
The only one I've hated so far is yours.
Really? Because I only hated your stupid ass pick.
Wow.
Airport.
Yeah, calm down over there, buddy.
Airport's got it all, man. Garagios and everything.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Marty. Marty, where they whining?
I'm going to go Penfield.
Why are you going to go Penfield?
It feels right to me.
That's all you got.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Going with his gut.
God, Marty, thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. It just feels right. I'm a grown man that talks like this.
He sounds like a Dolphins fan. Like when you describe Dolphin fans that live here, that's the voice I hear. You're a Dolphin fan.
It's a good call.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Barber. Barber, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Gates
Why Gates?
because Tommy knows there's a fridge in the garage, and what group of people like to have a summer enclosed garage for their porch? Italians. So I got a feeling this is like an Italian couple. They got that fridge in the garage. You know, they went on a cruise, maybe to the Mediterranean, back to the homeland. That's what went on.
Now, here's the problem. Italians don't buy labs.
They don't?
Italians only buy designer dogs.
Oh, like the little dog?
Can you name an Italian friend you have that doesn't have a little designer dog?
No.
You included, by the way.
You're right.
Every Italian, lab, for whatever reason, Italians don't want big, American dogs. They want designer dogs.
Yeah.
Explain that, Barber. How about that?
They're Northern Italian. They got too much Swiss influence.
Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We should pick a classy lady,
Okay.
but all we have is Christine. Christine, where are they whining?
Oh, that's harsh, Patrick. Nice. I'm saying Arundequoit.
Why Arundequoit?
I think Arundequoit is more of the middle-aged kids, like 30-ish.
Okay.
Labs are popular for that type.
Okay.
And I think this is people that don't have kids. And with what they have in their refrigerator, almost every house in Arundequoit has a fridge these days.
Thoughts?
Like an extra fridge or just a fridge?
Yeah, the garage fridge you talking about?
The garage fridge, yeah.
I thought that was going
think-
away.
No, bro, no.
I thought like your generation was not doing that.
I would love a fridge in the garage.
Yeah, but you don't. You could have one.
Well, no, my wife was. But why do we have a fridge in the garage?
I agree with her.
Well, shut up. Why is that not classy?
Yeah,
that doesn't make you
It's
less
not-
You're
classy.
too snooty for a garage fridge?
What
Yeah.
a bitch. You call yourself
Nobody
a man?
sees it.
God.
You low end,
You could
canned cocktail swilling, chain smoking, got a chipped tooth you never fixed.
I got it fixed.
That sounds like you, Tommy.
Yeah. Christine, before you hurt anyone else's feelings, we're going to let you go. Thank you for the call. Coming in both barrels today. Christine.
Yeah.
All right, 252 WCMF. Let's get one more in
All right.
before we have Kimmy reread. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Spencerport
Why Spencerport?
because they have a little bit of land out there with those dogs, like you said.
Okay.
Oh my God! It ain't cattle. It's two dogs.
No, those are big dogs. They
You
need
don't-
space.
I know people have two dogs in a regular ass house.
Well, not two labs. Those are huge.
Yes.
Those are big dogs, man.
Oh my God! You make it sound like you need a farm.
Is your mouth okay?
It was last night.
Shut up.
I was doing some farming and some plowing.
I'm Pat's mom.
It's amazing how I could throw my voice.
Can we disqualify Chris for that? I feel like he should be disqualified.
Nothing in the rules.
Chris, great
Bat
talking
and
to you,
clean
buddy.
up.
Shut up. Thanks for the call. Oh, you should get so whatever. Shut up. 252 WCMF. Kimmy, can we get a reread for the folks that are just joining us, please?
Yes, you can. Warning. Do not hire blank to watch your house or pets in any capacity for any amount of time. This locust will clear your home of all food and beverage. We were away on a cruise for a week, and this person came highly recommended from a neighbor, so we hired him to stay at our house for 5 days and watch our 2 labs. I want to first say that we definitely should have done some more research, but we're a bit crunched for time because we had our normal girl cancel on us due to a death in her family. We did a walkthrough with this man before we left for vacation. He was great with our dogs and seemed nice enough. They don't require much other than being fed and let outside a few times a day. We felt comfortable enough to leave our home in his hands. He was also reasonably priced and on par with most dog watching services. I'll skip ahead to 5 days later. We hadn't heard from him while away, so we assumed no news was good news. When we returned home, everything looked normal until we checked our fridge, cupboards, and pantry. Entirely cleaned out. We told him to help himself to some groceries, but not every single food item. We also have a garage fridge filled with a variety of soda, beer, and canned cocktails.
Class.
All of it.
What does that mean?
All of it was wiped out. Had to be $300 to $400 worth in total. I also realized today that some spices are missing from the rack. We had already paid him ahead of time, so it's all a loss at this point. But please, pass this on so he doesn't do the same to someone else.
All right, 252 WCMF. Tommy is in Chi-Lai. I am in Fairport. Armand is in Hilton because he knows a couple of guys in Hilton. Patrick is in Webster. Marty is in Penfield. Just cuz I'm in Penfield. Barber is in Gates. Christine is in Irondequoit. Chris is in Spencerport. By the way, I had said that Italians only buy designer little dogs. Stephen writes us, the mother-in-law is Italian. She is a lab and a pit mix.
Oh, that's a big-ass dog. That's a mean-ass dog.
Call it a pab or a lip.
You'll get there.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Cody. Hello, Cody. Where they whining?
Hello, Duffy. They're whining in Greece.
Why Greece?
So,
big dog
one
country.
thing that nobody's mentioned yet, this cruise was only, or the vacation was only 5 days long. That's 1 day to travel to get on the cruise, 3 days on the cruise, and 1 day to come back from the
Chintz
cruise.
cruise. The SS Chintzy ass.
Why didn't you pick up on that then, Tommy?
Why?
So I'm looking for, it's because Tommy doesn't pay attention to anything but your mother. So I'm looking for a family that's got enough yardage for 2 labs, but they don't need a lot, but they need some. A family that doesn't have a lot of money, but they have enough to go on a cruise, a small cruise.
A small
With
cruise.
the cruise. All the money they had was blown on the cruise. So they needed the cheapest guy they could get, and they're upset that the guy made a couple cents.
No, but you're wrong because they said they already had someone, and this guy was a fill-in, so you weren't listening, Cody.
No, they need the cheapest guy they could get for the fill-in. I'm sure the guy they already had wasn't that expensive either.
It was a woman. Cody!
A woman? Oh, wow. That just throws my pick way off.
God, I'm starting to hate Cody so much with every bone in my
Wow,
body.
I've been there since day one.
Cody, great talking to you,
You're
buddy.
late.
Shut up, Cody. Bye, Cody. 252 WCMF. Let's rip through some real quick. Folks are waiting patiently. Let's talk to Devin. Devin, where they whining, buddy?
I think it's Canandaigua.
Why Canandaigua?
I don't know. I go out to the lake out there, and they be labbing out there, you know?
They be labbing.
They be labbing.
Okay, but here's a question, Devin. If you live near the water, why would you go on a cruise on a vacation?
Because Canandaigua Lake is trash compared to, like, you know, more fancy places to go on the water.
Like the ocean?
Yeah. That place.
All right.
That place,
where
yeah.
they're labbing it out there in Canandaigua. All right. Devin, thanks for the call. That kid seems
They
like
be labbing.
he seems like a peach. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Mark, where they whining, buddy?
I think I'm going with Victor.
Why Victor?
I think Victor fits all the parameters of the post. You know, the refrigerator in the garage, the ability to go on a cruise, the ability to pay a guy to sit in your house for 5 days. I think it's Victor.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that pick. Well, you can't go, you pick Chi-Light. It's literally the opposite of Victor.
Well, I mean, there is like a little religious note in there, too. They mentioned locust. Like he ate like a locust.
Okay.
That's like your top Bible bug, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they're a little bit more conservative, religious people.
What are you talking about?
Well, I could see a conservative person living in Victor.
You
like
think
a
that
conservative
because they
living
use
person.
the word locust,
That's
they're
a Bible
conservative.
bug. That's your top.
They also
Name
exist
another bug
in
in the Bible.
world. Another bug in the Bible?
Like, you know, Jesus stepped on a roach. I never heard that.
Mark, thanks for the call, buddy.
But didn't they eat all their crops or something? Everybody died?
Yes, it literally just Passover. It just happened.
Oh.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know.
252 WCMF. All right. We're already late.
Oh.
But we cannot finish without last week's champion.
Oh, he's back.
A man who came in angry.
The Prince of Darkness.
Won the whole
Dark
thing.
Cloud.
The break room dark cloud.
Mr. Warmth.
252 WCMF. Last week's champion with Brockport.
Mr. Cuddles.
Please welcome a man to try to do it for the back end. Jeremy, where they whining, buddy?
Your ray of sunshine is here.
What do you got?
I would like a quick read of all the towns, very quickly.
Nope, that is against the rules, Jeremy. We give you one read in the middle.
Okay. I'm going Brighton then.
Damn. Why Brighton?
Well, because they said that their normal girl, was not available. That means that they do this on a regular basis.
Ooh.
And also what Tommy just said, locust, Old Testament,
Bible,
Jewish, wiping out the crops, wiping out the cupboards and pantry, wiping out the lab's food, and wiping out, the spices of all things. This is Old Testament, man. I think it's Brighton.
I really like the logic of this one.
Okay, Jeremy, I do have a question, though, and be honest. Did you think of that before Tommy said the thing about the locust?
Yes, I have a sheet written down with all my stuff.
All right. Fair enough. I'll give it to you.
Jeremy, I don't hate that pick either.
To say two more things really quickly. Number one, I was one of the first people who won this game with the rule that you can't separate Irondequoits, but that was before the star chart. And I forget what the other thing was, so bye, Dix.
Great finish, Jeremy. Thanks for the call. All right. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
We got a lot of picks today.
Oh, yeah. We're all over.
Yeah, we are. There was no bunching.
So we got a winner.
We're good to go. All right, so Tommy is in Chi-Line. I'm in Fairport. Armand is in Hilton. Patrick is in Webster. Marty is in Penfield. Barber is in Gates. On Crown of the Garagio.
Yeah.
Christine is in Irondequoit because a lot of younger people have dogs like that. Chris is in Spencerport. Cody is in Greece because he said it was a chintz cruise. Devin's in Canandaigua where they're labbing it out. Mark is in Victor. Jeremy went Old Testament style with Brighton. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Uh-oh, Kimmy's making a face. It's not a good face for us, I'll tell you that. She's never smiling when it's us.
I smile all the time.
You
You
never
say this
smile.
every
Never
time.
smile. When do you smile
Say
on
this
this
every time.
You smile when one of us gets hurt or insulted.
You're like a crocodile.
It's like a locust.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we ready?
Yep.
Let's do it, Kimmy.
Spencerport, Yates, Henrietta,
Sit down, you jackass. You ain't ready to crap.
whining.
You sound like an outfield baseball fan. Sit down, you jackass!
You bum.
I paid for these tickets. Right. Well, another person on the star chart has officially passed Tommy.
Ooh.
Well, it ain't you.
Well, it's fine. You lost again, stupid.
Because they whining in the land of beer fridges. They whining in Hilton.
Damn, Armand. First
They
pick.
called it.
First pick off of the break room. Damn, Armand. Look at that. Has he won twice in 4 weeks?
Gotta be close.
Well, he won back to back. I don't know how long
So
ago.
this is-
Oh,
that
my
was.
God. So he's won 3 in 5 weeks.
Maybe.
Oh, my God.
So how many stars does he have?
Kid's
So
on a run.
This will be his 4th star.
Oh,
Wow.
my God.
Only 2 away from me, which is impressive.
You haven't won in a
No,
while.
he's
You-
one away from you.
Yeah, like I
Yeah,
said.
you got a little dry there, Rory.
Got a little, oh, look who's talking. Look who's talking. You're so dry.
Yeah.
You're like your mom when I... No,
So,
because
wait,
she's
my
not,
mom's dry?
She's not dry. No, when I
'Cause
walk
you always say
in...
my mom's wet.
Yeah, that's why. Oh, you didn't have to say it.
No,
in a
you always
sentence.
say. You
I was
always
trying
say,
to walk it through without getting dumped, and then here you come as
You
a
always say
sledgehammer.
my mom gets damp when she sees you. So why would she be dry? Unless you're not doing your job.
I don't need to. Shut up.
It's got weird.
I think he's 3 for 5. I think he's 3 in the last 5 weeks.
Damn.
And if so, that is
Possible.
the most epic run in Where
Yeah.
They Wine in
Yeah.
history. Holy
Yeah.
crap. Armand, congratulations.
Yeah. So
He
he's
is-
back to last place again.
Yep, he will have to, if he's going to
Yeah.
play next week, he is back to last place. And Hilton, a lot of space,
Yeah.
garage fridges.
Yeah.
Apparently they're
Chintzy
labbing it
Cruise.
out.
And Chintzy Cruise.
It all makes sense.
Mhm.
All right, let's take a break. Something happened at the airport yesterday. And what's funny is, like, Kimmy, when stuff like this happens, you're right. The airport does not shut down.
No.
And, in fact, there are
No.
people that are watching it. The whole reason we know.
You might see some things that you have questions about. Hear some things you have questions about.
All right.
But the whole reason we know this even happened was someone out the window was taking
Yeah.
a video. You get
Oh,
on the
What happened?
You get on the plane?
I don't know what happened.
Well, I'll tell you, we're doing next to CMF. Leaving on a jet plane.
Who's going?
Oh, you ready to go on a nice little vacation, spring break, right?
Oh, nice.
And then you look out the window, ready to board your plane, and you see this.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. This happened at the Frederick Douglass Rochester International Airport and Awning Emporium yesterday. Around 11 a.m., someone took a video, it looks like, Kimmy, out of the window of the airport.
That's the image I saw.
So at the planes at the gate?
At the planes.
Yeah.
Because it looks far away, whatever's going on.
There are fire trucks, lights, and sirens following an American Eagle flight down the runway just after it landed.
Oh.
So this happened yesterday. We still do not know what the issue was that caused the fire trucks to follow the airplane down the runway after it landed. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Tommy, you're sitting at your gate.
Mm-hmm.
You are waiting for your plane.
Yeah.
And you see all of this unfold. Lady gets on the PA. Southwest, we're going to be boarding Zone 1, and you're Zone 3, but you're a dick, so you get in line for Zone 1.
Mm-hmm.
You getting on that plane?
I may not be rushing this time to cut the line.
Well, you got no choice.
But you're still getting on.
But that's not my plane.
No.
I'm going to get on my own plane.
You are, yes.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm going to fly.
Okay.
But don't you have some questions? Like,
It's
was
not
it
my-
an issue with the plane?
Yeah, but I don't think I'm
something
gonna-
going on with the weather. What, like,
Yeah.
I'd kind of want to know, like, what caused this issue, whatever the issue is.
But I also think there's not going to be two issues at the same airport. That's rare. Two separate issues at an airport on the same
that's a fair
morning
statement.
to take it. I don't think that's ever happened.
If we're going to play the percentages,
yeah.
of course it's happened.
No,
It's
I'm
impossible.
saying two emergencies.
Yes.
At the airport, one after the other with two planes.
There's no
separate
way-
incidents.
there's
Not
no way
that they
that's-
touched or something.
There's no way that's never happened.
Never happened
Shut
in
up.
the history of aviation.
All right, let me ask you this then, smart guy.
And I like to fly.
I know
It
you
shows.
do. I know. You always say, I like to fly, like you want a badge or something. Like a pilot's going to show up and be like,
I
hello.
was so jealous of my grandson when he came to town last time because he got something I used to always get when I was little, the wings.
You're a grown-ass man.
They still give out the actual metal wings
they
that pin
really?
on you.
To children.
Yeah. I kind of wanted one, man.
Yeah, if you ask, they'll probably give them to you.
No, because then I look weird.
Not like a guy saying what you're saying into a microphone. All right, let me ask you this then, smart guy.
Go ahead, smart guy.
You're flying American Eagle. You
Yeah.
get to your gate early.
Yeah.
You see this plane at the fire. Now, you don't know if that's your plane or not.
All right.
What are you doing?
I mean, I got to go.
You're not sure? Oh, really? You have no idea if that's your plane that the fire trucks are following?
But it's ready to go. Like, they fixed it.
No, we don't know that.
Well,
Plane just
they're
shows
not
up.
going to put me in a flaming plane.
No, once you get in the plane, it becomes flaming on its own. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Are you getting on your American Eagle flight if you get to the gate early?
She's
and
a
see the fire
fly
trucks
girl.
following?
I'm gonna get on the plane, but I'm gonna have a lot more nerves until that thing is in the air.
Any bump is I'm going to get nervous.
So then why take the flight?
Because I got to go, man.
And I also have a bunch of questions that I want to ask, but I won't. So I'm hoping somebody else goes up there and asks the questions loud enough for all of us to hear.
But you're never going to get an answer. They're not going to tell you. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's no sense of asking.
Yeah.
Because my wife's done this before. Everything's fine. Yes. These are quality planes.
Look, even if that's not my plane, I would have a really hard
Well, you
time.
don't like to fly because you're a jittery little sissy boy.
Okay.
Wait,
I'm a
that's
jittery sissy boy.
That made you gasp? All the
just
horrible things he said about me?
know.
Oh. You remind me of someone.
But
with
you are.
work-
You
Oh.
turn. You pansy out.
No, I
You pansy
I don't
out,
like
bro.
to fly. So what I sound like is you're getting on your flaming plane? Flame plane. It is weird, unless the story is broke since about 8 o'clock this morning, that we don't know what the issue was.
Well, maybe it was nothing. I mean, it may have been a false alarm.
Well, then say that.
Because there was no flames coming out of the plane, right?
I don't know. It was off in the distance. I'm sorry, Kimmy.
I have been in a situation where I was waiting for a connecting flight. They were waiting for it to come in and drop off, wherever they were coming from. And then they were delaying us getting on because they said they had to check something on the plane.
Okay.
And then said they were going to replace the plane and then didn't replace the plane.
Whoa!
Because I guess things were
A
fine.
little hokey pokey.
But that was a little weird. Like, you stuck with the plane even though you said you're going to replace the
And
plane.
you still got on the plane.
Yeah. I mean, I was at that point. I'm in I don't even remember what airport it was, but I was somewhere. I had to get on a plane either way, whether it was to get back home or go wherever I was going.
So the worst one I remember, I had one in Montreal where we had to go back to the airport, but everything was cool.
Mm-hmm.
So when JetBlue first had live television, and I thought that was the coolest thing, man. You're watching TV, except where I was making my connecting flight. a plane had just skidded off the runway because of ice. Now, it wasn't bad. Like, it didn't, like, go crash or anything, but it was, like, off the runway. But I'm watching it in real time on CNN, and we're flying to that airport.
It's weird you're saying that because I just heard in the break room, never in the history of America have there been 2 incidents at the same day with planes.
And it didn't happen to us because they obviously fixed the runway. Everybody was good. And everybody got home for Christmas. Amen.
Was this a Hallmark movie? And then I fell in love with a handsome man who works as a carpenter, who never left town. And he has those small town values. I quit my job as a high-powered attorney in New York City and realized what Christmas was all about. Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF.
Audio Tuesday Revolution.
For a Tuesday break room CMF that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate.
Yep, Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. 2 weeks ago, we told you a weird story about a man who was driving through a construction area just east of us. A flagger tried to stop him, and the man did not stop.
Yeah.
Created a dangerous situation, and at some point during this interaction, he got out of his car, according to police, and struck the flagger.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. And our initial discussion was about regular-ass jobs that would be the most dangerous, the chance you had the highest of getting assaulted. But this person, I guess, stopped listening as soon as we were done talking about the construction thing because he's upset.
About what?
Well, we didn't give both sides of the story.
Oh, really? We didn't defend the puncher.
Kind of what he's saying. In fact, not kind of. That is exactly what he's saying. But that, along with a couple other things that have happened the last few months, might be sounding an alarm.
Oh.
Because it kind of feels like right now, a lot of people hate construction workers.
Well, we're going into that season.
But I think even more so than normal based on a story that was the biggest story in Rochester for like a month.
Oh.
We'll read you the letter. Little Hate Mail of the Week tomorrow, 8 a.m. here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who if you call anyone a sissy flyer, she,
I feel like I just heard something I wasn't supposed to.
For Tommy Muley, who'll get up in any plane you want him to.
Let's do it.
He's a fly boy.
I am.
Just make sure to give him his wings.
Dude, why don't you just ask for the wings?
No, I'm not going to do that. I look like an idiot.
You already look like an idiot. What's the difference? My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.